Bam. Smart space, yeah. Okay. All right. Real big, right? Oops. Right there. Right there, right there, right there. Okay. And I want to show this to everybody. All right. So like we went over in part 1 and part 2. Got some communication here. Talking about the beneficiary of Solomon's resources, which is equivalent to something like 208 with 303 zeros behind it, right? Something like that. Or 88 with 203 zeros, 303 zeros behind it. Okay, so we found out in part 1 and part 2 that there's a gentleman who is the beneficiary for that trust, and it's it's the physical inheritance for Israel, as we found out, because that's all they talk about in the letters. So we're going to be going over this again, but I wasn't able to show you these things before, so I want to make sure you did this time. So we start right here. Wolfgang Struck represents the beneficiary by deed of assignment or waiver of interest and rights duly signed by Marcos Reverend Dr. Floro E. Garcia. Mr. Struck is also the court-appointed administrator of the Tilano case 3957-P of RTC Passay. Get a little bigger for you. City, Passay City, with the right to claim any and every account or deposit in the name of the late president or Jose Antonio Diaz or Severino Garcia STA period Romana. Attached is a waiver of interest and rights dated January 7, 1986. And he has a 30-year term for this beneficiary situation that ends in 2016. Okay, so this is the office of the president of the Philippines. Waiver of interest and rights. January 7th, 1986. Know all men by these present. In the name of God, that I, Ferdinand E. Marcos, and or all these aliases that I read the other day on Saturday. Hold on, let me check on my man right fast, see if he got a situation. Okay, he's just checking on me. See if I got in there, but he can't seem to get in there. And I don't know if I gave him the right link or not. Okay. So that aside using my true name as above the state, right? I have using various names for personal reasons, security and preservation of my properties, real personal, cash, money in different country, treasury, and other forms of bank deposits, which were as follow. All his aliases, this is all the same person here, all these names. And then they certified the true copy with his thumbprint. And of course, you got a signature that goes vertical. which makes this could possibly make this document a bond and money, which is redeemable for money. And you have another stamp here, authentication. So this is better because you can read it with me. I don't have to read line for line. That during my lifetime, I had acquired various properties as above stated, and presently on deposit with the corresponding banking institutions, such as a bunch of different countries, right? From A to Q, right there. A bunch of different countries right there. Okay. That the existence and deposits of the above mentioned properties are subject to the laws of the place they are found and the rules and regulations of the bank for its release and disposition upon my claims for the withdrawal thereon. Okay, now part of his claim for the withdrawal thereon is that anyone can speak to his beneficiary for the purpose of withdrawing funds. Is that you?
I'm here, man.
Oh, shoot.
Can you see me?
Hold on, let me look. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I see.
Okay,
all right.
Cool.
Let me recap what I'm doing right here.
Okay.
Okay, in part 1 and 2, right?
Yeah.
We had found out some good information that Solomon's resources are still available on Earth, right?
Okay.
And they have been held in various countries. You can see right here the countries: the Philippines, New York, California, Hong Kong, China, Taiwan, Singapore, Switzerland, Argentina, Brazil, Germany, Europe, Asian countries, plural, Australia, Malaysia, Indonesia, and the United Kingdom. So this gentleman died back in the day. I don't even know if I should call him a gentleman because he claims to be a descendant of David and things like that right there. So, but he was like some type of important guy. We'll get to his name later. It's on this document though. But his beneficiary is Wolfgang Struck. He's a German national.
Okay.
And Wolfgang Struck
I think I heard of that name, that guy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Represents the beneficiary by deed of assignment of waiver of interest and rights, which means that he doesn't have any interest in the funds that he's the beneficiary of, meaning that he can use it if he chooses to, because he's the beneficiary. He has total control of the funds. However, by him saying he doesn't have interest and rights, meaning that he doesn't have a right to the entire property, it's not his.
Right.
Have any interest in it. So duly signed by Marcos. This is his attorney, Reverend Dr. Floro E. Garcia. Mr. Struck is also the court-appointed administrator of the Tilano case, 3957-P of RTC Passay City, and the right to claim any and every account or deposit in the name of the late president or Jose Antonio Diaz or Severino Garcia STA period Romana. Attached waiver of interest and rights dated January 7, 1986. So we go down to the waiver of interest and rights. This is the Office of the President of the Philippines, waiver of interest of rights, January 7, 1986. Okay, know all men by these present. In the name of God, I, Ferdinand E. Marcos, that's what he's generally known by.
Okay.
And then he has a bunch of aliases. Okay.
Oh, there's all his names?
Yeah, and he has more.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Using these names for the different countries that we just read.
Oh, okay.
It says here is one and the same person with all those aliases of legal age, Filipino, and with Postal Address, Manila, Philippines. I hereby, in furtherance of the deed of assignment on September 6, 1985, I hereby executed in favor of Reverend Dr. Floro E. Garcia, who is the attorney for Wolfgang Struck, as my assignee in all my right and interest over bank, international banks, deposits, and other assets deposited in the following. And then that's when we get to the countries down here. That aside, using my true name as above a state, I have using various names for personal reasons, security and preservation of my properties, real personal cash money in different countries, treasure and other forms of bank deposits, which were as follow. Okay, so
Oh man, look at all these names.
that's all the same person right there.
What he been doing, man? He been deceiving everybody, ain't he?
Well, he had his estate is so vast. The Solomon's estate is so vast, and
Yeah.
it's been handed. It was handed down to him.
How was it handed down to him though?
I don't have any earthly idea. So I'm starting from the latest known that I found out years ago, which was Wolfgang Struck is the beneficiary of Solomon's gold. Then I found out, through this little research here, that he has an attorney that is his gatekeeper. And then I found out that he became the beneficiary based on this guy here who died. So, I'm just learning as we go myself. And, so I don't know how it got into his possession. But it seems very well documented. So I'm pretty sure it has a chain of custody documented, down the line that we can find if we're astute enough to figure it out. But that's all his names, and then you got a signature right here on the side. I suspect that that turns this document into a bond, which is redeemable for money. That's his thumbprint, and then two stamps here with his signature.
So I guess what they saying is that I guess his family or something found one of the mines of Solomon or something.
Not one of the mines. It seems to me that the Solomon's actual estate had been passed on to him. Israel had lost a little bit of the estate to Assyria when they tried to conquer Israel again. And then Hezekiah had to negotiate with Assyria and gave them plenty of resources, and they stripped the temple and everything like that. And they claimed that bankrupt Israel, and that's what caused part of the downfall. But I don't know how that goes. It says that during my lifetime, I had acquired various properties as above stated, and presently on deposit with the corresponding banking institutions, such as all those different countries. That's why he's using all those different names for the different countries. That the existence and deposits.
He's got something to hide too.
I don't know. See, like when you go
if you fully adopted something, or you sure that it's yours, you wouldn't have to use all those aliases. You know what I'm saying? He's trying to hide and protect his name for a reason.
Yeah, I mean that's very plausible.
That's a red flag right there, man.
I don't know, but I know when you go to, like, if we were to travel to China, we would have to get like a Chinese name, just like how the Chinese come over here and they get names like John and Kim. And
why you had to get a Chinese name, man? If your name is Hu Wong Tu in China and you come to America, your name is still Hu Wong Tu. You don't have to change your name. Like, you don't have to if you want to.
Right.
I mean, where is that? Where is that plausible? Where is that a law or amendment in those countries that you had to change your name?
No. Did I say have to? Because I didn't mean to say that.
It seemed like it. You might not have, but it just seemed like it.
No, that's just what people do to so that their name can be easier understood to the locals.
Okay. So you think that that is more so why he did all those name changes? I feel
That
like it's more of a hidden thing, because if we're talking about Solomon, his goal, he
right.
probably fears the descendants of Solomon.
Hey, that's a possibility. Well, looking at all that I've read, right?
Yeah.
I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt uh, because
Man, how you gonna give him the benefit of the doubt?
reason
That
being,
man is clearly not a descendant of our people.
that's not clear.
A
That's not clear
rightful
at all.
heritage.
Based on these communications that I'm getting ready to show to you, that I couldn't show in the part 1 and 2 because I was too ignorant to learn how to do the screen share and all that stuff, right?
If
So
this is
now,
him who I'm looking at, that's what I'm saying. This Caucasian guy I'm looking at.
oh, you
I
talking
mean,
about Wolfgang Struck?
yeah.
Wolfgang Struck is not the one using all those names.
Oh, who is that?
That's the one who is in control of the resources now, and
Oh,
he has an attorney by the name of Reverend Floro E. Garcia, and the gentleman who died gave Wolfgang Struck the authority to control that estate. So this is the gentleman who died with all these names. Okay.
okay.
He claims to be a descendant of Solomon. He doesn't particularly look like an African American, but that doesn't mean anything to me because uh, Israelites are in every country, so they
Right.
generally tend to kind of look like wherever they live.
That's what I was gonna say. He could somewhat be tied in, but at the same time, it wouldn't make him the sole beneficiary if there's many other, beneficiaries out there. What would just make him the one beneficiary? You see what I'm saying?
Absolutely, and that's why I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt because
Mm-hmm.
why didn't he just give the whole estate to his children or his brothers or something like this?
That sounds like some scandal involved, man.
Scandal.
Right. It's a red flag. Even
Okay.
him having the different names, whoever he was, having the different names is a red flag. And now we have a European that's claiming that he gave him the rights to utilize the funds. That's another red flag, man. We look more into it.
He gave the European the right to
Right.
control the funds. Okay, so that just it, it can't be too ignorant to be this wealthy. I'm gonna show you how wealthy he is in just a second.
Okay.
But when I read all the communications, you might have a different outlook on how this man is. That's why I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt, and I'm a skeptical person already. But one of the reasons I just explained to you that he could have just gave his estate to his children like any other wicked person, but he held it in a trust, and the only logical explanation that I can come up with for him doing that is that he noticed Israel coming back into existence. He may have assumed.
Yeah.
No, he couldn't. He couldn't have assumed this, but with him seeing a what he may have considered a prophecy of the Israel state, the Israeli state coming back into existence, right? And he probably realized that they are just filling up that space until Israel goes back home. The true Israel goes back home from the four corners of the globe, right?
Yeah.
So with him seeing that prophecy in his lifetime, he was like, "Oh man, we must be getting near the end, where Israel's getting ready to become a nation again, and I don't have to hold on to all these resources myself." That's just a benefit of the doubt reasoning. You know what I'm saying?
So this guy was he a Filipino or Philippines from the
Yeah,
Philippines? Okay. So he may have been a true descendant anyway.
it's possible. It's highly possible because the way he talks. Let me go to The
Is he
one,
still alive? You said this one died though, right? The one who
yeah,
wrote this
yeah, he died.
recently
Can't,
though, right? Because
can't,
it say 1980 something.
I don't have a clue. Did you see? We're going to find out in his will and testament. Can you see this? What I just pulled up? I pulled up something different.
No, I just see the Wolfgang Struck PDF.
Okay, I got you. I got you. When you hear his will and testament, you might have a different outlook on how on the intentions of this guy.
Okay. No, I'm not saying it's all bad. I'm just saying when it's a red flag, I look into it. If it proves itself as being thorough, then the red flag go away.
That's completely understandable, completely logical. I understand exactly what you mean. Let me look at right here, American Kabuki, right? Boom. You can see that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now this is gonna be so. Why am I still up here?
What's that?
Okay. All right. This is his last will and testament of Ferdinand Marcos of the Philippines. So now you see all that symbolism, right?
Right.
Okay, you got the sun and a pyramid, and whatever that thing is in the middle of it. Okay. Now, a gentleman retyped this will and testament. I'm going to show you the original copy. Copy original. Okay. Here's the original. It's typed. Last will and testament. See that? This is typed. So the gentleman retyped this to show us, whomever it may concern, which is us. Okay.
Okay.
So you got the last will and testament. I typed this, American Kabuki. I typed this by hand using the original PDF I had, plus some images I enhanced in Photoshop to bring out some of the text details. I don't guarantee I have all the zeros correct in some of these numbers, but I did my best to get them right. What little text I could not decipher, I left as unclear for each instance of word that was illegible due to the UN mailroom stamp. This PDF has been on my hard drive for years, but I didn't have a context for it until now. The bank code names meant nothing to me when I first got it. The PDF I had follows this, and it's hard to read. That's January 31st, 2013.
Okay. So he updated it.
Yeah, he tried to clear it up so it'd be easier to read. Now, this right here is an interesting read, and this is why I'm giving Ferdinand Marcos the benefit of the doubt, because that's why I need a few historians on this joker, because they would know the history of Ferdinand Marcos. I seem to remember something about him getting bodied or something. You know what I'm saying?
What you mean? Or taken out by somebody else?
By the governments and things like that. You know what I'm saying? So when people do stuff like that, yeah. Matter of fact, it's in one of these communications where he was executed, and they talk about it.
That's what I was thinking about. Like they took him out to control those assets.
Here you go.
And then they made up a fake, docket to make the claims, and the people won't be coming at them wrong.
There you go. There
Well, I
you go.
mean, that's a conspiracy, but you know, I'm not trying to pin it on nobody unless it's proven.
Right, right. All right, so let me go ahead and read this. Know to all men these presents, that I, Ferdinand Edrelin Marcos, with the fused code name AAA-777 and Spiritual King Solomon of Israel, of
Yeah.
legal age, married to Amita Romualdez Marcos E. Ongpen, President of the Philippine Islands, and general holder of the following assets and properties entrusted to me by the Eternal Creator for the benefit of the people of the Philippine Islands to wit.
I like how he said the eternal creator, man.
See there?
Yeah.
That's why I'm trying to give him the benefit of the doubt. Now he talks like this the whole time. You're going to hear a very interesting last will and testament because he goes through the history of the chain of custody of how I guess how he received it, but it doesn't specifically say that. So it's a little confusing that when it talks about that history, but it talks about the part of the treasure going to the Mongolian and Asian raiders, and then them conquering more land with the treasure, especially in the Americas. So in part 1 and 2, I explained how they became Native Americans. And
I was listening to part. I heard some of part 2. That's deep, man.
there you go. So this is his assets.
What is that?
It's ridiculous. Okay, financial provenances with.
What's all those zeros? What's that?
What's up? This is the first account. The first account is AAA account number FM-01-777, worth of 120 with, if I ain't mistaken, that's 43 zeros.
Yeah, what is that?
That's the amount of money in the first account.
Okay, I see a million, I see a billion, then I see like a trillion. So he is past a trillion.
This is million, this is billion, this is trillion, this is quadrillion.
Oh man, what is wrong with this man?
That's what I'm saying. Look, this is the second account, Spiritual Wonder Boy account number AM221-33334.
Yeah.
Worth 800 with 243 zeros.
So was that worth that's the gold though, right?
That's the
monetary, like US dollars and stuff. It was like gold and stuff, right?
Right. That's the estimation of the total assets, which equals 800 with 303 zeros behind it.
Oh man, how did he see that this whole thing opens up a new door, because it's like if he in the Philippines, that means I know Solomon traveled to different places, so he might have left it there and they found it. So it could be, it could be feasible. It could be accurate.
There you go. See, now Solomon ruled the known world back then. It says that the Bible says that he had more wisdom than all the Egyptians and all the wise men of the East. So
right.
it was considered the wisest man on earth. Right. I don't know how he decided to blunder, make that blunder by building idols for his wife, but that's a lesson that we can learn.
Look at this too, though. Look at this. I'm looking at the Wikipedia for how you pronounce his name? Ferdinand, right?
Ferdinand Marcos.
It says that his religion was Roman Catholic.
What?
Right. You see how he speak in this letter? I know that for a fact they don't really speak like that. They would have said by the name of the Creator or the Father and the Son and the Holy Ghost or something like that. But
right.
eternal creator. Right here in this Wikipedia, they try to say the man was a Roman Catholic.
Hmm.
Yeah.
That's possible. I don't know. He
Yeah.
doesn't state his religious situation in
Right.
any of these communications, but just listening to uh, this whole will and testament, he sounds like an Israelite. I mean, just sounds like one, but
More
even
free. Right. Right.
I don't
Not
know.
trapped in those religious brackets.
Right, but I know he has control over these resources. But
Right.
he's dead now. But now, the beneficiary Wolfgang Struck, who's a why would he put a German national
Yeah.
in control of this is beyond me. I don't know why he would do such a thing. Okay, so let me read this part. Another account, Alpha Omega account number 99999-222434-9, worth of how that looks like infinite dollars. That's an infinity sign right there with a dollar sign in front of it. That directly intended for the welfare and benefit of the people of the Philippine Islands, lands, provinces, with original certificate of title number 779 under survey plan number 11-4509 with constant measurement of 451,000 square kilometers of the total land area covering the islands of Luzon to the islands of Sabah. Now, see, I kind of chuckled when I first heard that word because I know that word means plentiful and filled up, and I
Sabah.
think, yeah, Sabah.
Yeah, it sounds like a Hebrew word.
Yeah, it is. And see, as we go along, there's other connections to Israelites as well, other than him constantly calling himself the spiritual King Solomon, and other people he calling spiritual David, other people he call spiritual Mary, other people call spiritual Bathsheba. He call some people, some guy, the Wonder Boy, whoever that is.
Yeah. It's
It's
different, man. I mean, what they have listed is the Roman Catholics, so it links him to Roman Catholics anyway. So it
mm-hmm.
links us. It also puts us into you know, a place where we examine Europeans with what he did and what he stood for and why he would leave his will to a European. And then when you think about the Philippines, it's not such a big place to where they need infinity dollars, so to say. So
Mm-hmm.
if they took them out in order to get that money and use it for their nations, it would make sense. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. See, it seemed to me like he held this in a trust in order to fulfill the prophecies that I read in the Bible, which says that Israel is going to be the new uh, rulers of the one world government.
Yeah.
Okay,
So you
so
think he was waiting for that time?
there you go. So in order for us to rule anything, you have to have resources and plenty of it. So
Right.
I mean, that's just what it seems like to me.
Right.
Okay. So now they talk about the land area here. They get into a lot of details.
I mean, just following the track record of the Spaniards and the Europeans and how they tried to claim other territories. I mean, we just look at if we look at the natural habitations of the people and how they migrated and who tried to steal and conquer this or that, we have to identify with either the Africans, you know, or the Europeans on a massive level because the Europeans are far out of their own habitation. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like Africans or the brown people, as they say, we classify and identify with either Native Americans or Africans. So it's not like we out of our natural habitat. But we know that the Europeans in their natural habitat is north of Africa, like by the Caucasus Mountains or in Europe. Even they classify themselves as Europeans, so the track record betrays them, like where they went conquering and colonizing and integrating their languages. The French in Africa, we see where they speak French. We see where they speak Spanish in South America. So we know where they went, and they couldn't really hide their tracks.
Right, because they want everyone to be so much precisely like them that they just leave their mark all over everywhere.
Right, and that left a track.
They conquered, assimilates and acts like them, mainly because they got beat to submission.
Right, and you see, this story is a new story. It's very peculiar because it happened post-slavery, like after the slave trade. Like these things, this was written just a few years ago, like 20, 30 years ago.
There you go.
After slavery. So this is very important and it's deep because it was like withheld. They was over there warring and fighting over oil over there, you know, fighting over this or that. It was like they were fighting over petty things compared to this.
See, you say it's withheld because look at this one right here if I'm finna show you. This is the main agreement of the bond, the trust, okay? The bilateral Mansfield breakthrough successor agreement. And you say it was withheld because why?
Look for secrecy.
For 50 years. Okay, so let me see the date of this joker here. Signed for 50 years. Gold Reserve Loan Program ended in 2005 for special proviso, 1% interest per annum. Okay, so it ended in 2005, this agreement. So now it was uncloaked. And you know how the father is, you know, he waits to, particular people gain a certain level of maturity in order to show it to his son, which is Israel. Okay, right. So people got wind of this who weren't so secretive like these gentlemen here. You see, the president of the Republic of the Philippines, these are all secret society people.
Look at that, President of the United States right there.
Harry S. Truman. So this was in 1955 when they signed this, you see. Chiang Kai-shek, Director General of the Republic of China, General Dwight Eisenhower, Supreme Commander of the Allied Nations. You see, all these world leaders, they're secret society people, so they can keep a secret. But
amen, brother, amen.
Got a new guest.
22nd, I got it. This tastes like a watermelon.
What?
Okay, y'all.
You're black. You're black.
Introduce yourself.
My name is Tyrone.
Tyrone, which one
Tactical
are you?
homies inbound.
I gotta figure out which one you are quick so I can get you out of here.
Yes, do that, please.
Nigga in the house, Chinese. Let me go. Must be this guy.
Nigga, I'm from Ferguson. Chill.
What's your picture?
A picture? I play video. You know that Call of Duty?
Oh yeah, Call of Duty, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So you're Peter?
Yeah, I'm Peter, man. You know me. Represent.
Represent.
Yo, nigga. Hey, black dude. Hey, man. What's up? Dude. Nigga.
Shut up, mama, on my dick, don't give me head, hey. She don't give a who. She don't give a who. It's a given that she wanna fuck. The
Yeah.
Go up to the club and you know that I'm flexing. All these ladies asking me 21 questions. Like, oh my god, you are white.
Yo.
Yo, how you doing today?
Hey, I'm fine. How are you?
Pretty good, bro.
Yeah, what you doing?
Being a nigger.
Oh, you're a nigga. Okay, that's cool. I'm a nigga too.
Okay, that's good.
Just a white nigga, you know.
That's
You understand what I mean? Yeah. You get it?
Absolutely, bro. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Now, you can get on out of here. Have a great day. All right. I'm gonna get some sensible people in here. Then we can talk further. You feel me? Gay. What's wrong with these people? They ain't got nothing to do, huh? Your mic muted. Your mic muted.
I think it was. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, man. Can anybody just join in or something?
Oh, I mean, I put it on my page in about 10 different groups that seem, rational groups. Like normal people.
Man.
Hello. What's your name?
Derek.
Okay, Derek. What? You interested in reparations, huh?
What is the topic here?
Reparations.
Okay.
You got a picture of Adolf Hitler.
Oh man.
You do notice that, don't you, right?
I mean, it's kind of not really.
So what are your thoughts about reparations for African Americans?
You want to elaborate on that?
Yeah, should African Americans receive over $10 quadrillion for being enslaved for 400 years?
What? I don't even know if that's a number.
Oh, well, 10 trillion.
Well, I mean, the U.S. government's kind of already in a lot of debt in trillions, so I don't know if that's really something that can be spared.
Gotcha. What if the money could come from somewhere other than the U.S. government?
Like where? It's kind of the wealthiest country in the world.
Yeah, you're right about that.
So if they don't have sufficient funds, where do you think they're going to get it from?
Oh, no. What I'm saying is, what if an African American doesn't approach the United States government at all and approaches someone like say, the Rothschilds or something?
So what would be the point of this, like, donation or whatever, compensation? I don't know.
Well, it would allow the African Americans to have their own nation.
Where?
Anywhere they choose, I guess. There's, some land all land isn't inhabited, like deserts and things like that, and jungles.
Well,
Well, that's how the United States was when they first got here. The United States was basically a swamp. The whole United States was a swamp. Did you know that?
I mean, not all of it.
Right. But it was trees everywhere.
Right.
So, it had to be developed over time. And with that type of money available to them, they can develop it quickly. You think they deserve something like that?
The African Americans and the Native Americans.
You can be honest. I mean, we don't have any feelings in this discussion. Okay. We're going to keep you silent. Who's the new guy? Peter.
Yeah.
I don't know.
How you doing, Peter?
Doing good. What's up?
Okay, how did you get back in here?
Get back in? What you mean, boy?
I can't block you.
No, what are you talking about, man? I'm new.
I don't know, but I know you got to go.
Yep.
We'll talk to you whenever you get back in here. I don't know how to block these people. I done screwed up with the.
I think it sounded like the same guy, but he changed his profile or something. I don't know.
Yeah,
That was a different Peter. He sounded different.
I see why people don't just give the link out in public and they just give it to people in their emails now.
Yeah, man, there's some crazy people out there.
Yeah, buddy. I'm glad my face wasn't up there. Your face was plastered all over.
Huh?
They was calling you a nigger. They can't see me.
Oh, they talking to me? Oh, man. I don't even respond to stuff like that. It's ignorant, you know. If they study the word nigger and they root it back to niggas, they calling me a king, so I appreciate it.
There you go. There you go. That's exactly how you're supposed to think about it.
Yeah, let them be ignorant on their own boat and let it sink.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So you don't have any opinions about this, Miss Adolph?
Eric?
Not really.
Are you German?
Quarter.
Okay.
But that's beside the point.
Okay.
What's your age?
16. I'm well aware it doesn't sound like it.
Right. You sound quite mature.
Well,
Right.
not really.
Oh,
Compared to some others who've been, in the groups, you sound mature. So you are a female, right?
No.
Oh,
no.
young man.
That's right.
Howdy.
Oh.
His the bass hasn't dropped in his voice just yet.
Okay.
Okay, so you see all these other leaders right here, right? Isabel III, Maria Cristina, head of state of Spain, Francisco Franco, Miguel Quardeno Sr., the chairman of the board of Governors Central Bank of the Philippines.
Okay.
Now, that was an interesting name for me because I said, well then,
San Francisco?
his child or something should still be the chairman of the board. Miguel Quaderno Sr.
Oh, Miguel.
Yeah. I wanted to know the recent chairman of the board of the Governors Central Bank of the Philippines because that's what should seem like to me who we would have to contact in order to deal with this situation.
Right?
Right?
Right.
I mean, he's the banker.
How about all of their families? I'm sure that the fathers passed down information that they didn't pass down to those people on the board, and they knew inside things, so I'm sure they still do.
Absolutely. Okay, so this is just a notary seal right here, and that's the notary public, Fred Ruiz Castro.
Okay.
All right, so it was opened up in 2005. Somebody called it, right? What they do after they called it? They put it out in the public domain for everybody to see.
Which year did they put that out?
I don't have no earthly idea.
Was it after 2005, like you say? It was concealed for like 50 years, right?
That's right.
Okay.
That's right.
So
So
you know his son is running for president.
who?
Ferdinand, 2016.
What?
That's what I'm looking at right now.
President of the Philippines.
Yeah.
Wow. Why don't you share that? Share that.
How do I share that? I'm on my tablet.
Oh.
But I just put in his name, Junior, and it popped up like it says he's running for president 2016.
Hold on.
Let me read a little bit of it though.
Okay.
Hold on, it's loading. Okay. Well, can you see it?
I'm getting ready to pull it up.
Screen look like it's froze.
Right now.
This look like his campaign trailer.
Ferdinand Marcos Jr.
Yeah. I think he's the senator right now.
Bong Bong Marcos.
Bong Bong.
Yeah.
Junior Bong.
Yeah, that was his dad's nickname too.
Okay.
Let's see here. Well, I don't see. Okay, hold on a second here. Let me screen it to you so you can help me navigate this.
Let me see the video too.
Okay, now what I need to do from here?
That second one, it says Facebook. The Facebook. I think it's the second one on your list.
Bong Bong.
Yeah. It has
this.
No, up right above that one, right there. For president. Yeah, and then go to the video. How ironic. We talk about it right now. He getting ready to run, man, for president.
Yeah. And these boys, and he knows good and well the resources he has available to him that is waiting in the trust for Israel.
Right. But I'm saying how that's something we gotta look at, because if that man had a junior with the same nickname, I'm sure he would have entrusted it to him.
That's what, and see, that's my point. Why didn't you give it to him? My reasoning is that his son was either too young or wicked.
Well, it looked like it might be some. Well, we inform.
He looks like a young guy.
Right.
2005 was what? 10 years ago? He may have been what? 25. Yeah. Anywhere between 15 to 25. Okay. So he either figured at that time his son was too wicked to entrust.
He was dead then, though. In '89, his son was probably like 9 or 10 years old.
There you go. You're too young. You don't know whether or not your son is going to be righteous or wicked.
True. But at the same time, if he had councilmen that was teaching his son right, you don't know if those other governments or, Europeans was going to be righteous or wicked either. That's why we had to look into that other guy too, the Wolfgang guy. Yeah,
see, he's an older guy. So I can't see the man being tricked. People this intelligent can't be tricked.
No, I mean, like, after they pass, papers can be forged and wheels can be misconstrued or manipulated, especially dealing with Europeans. We know that for a fact.
Ooh, okay.
How they try to erase our history or make whitewash things, make Christ white, make Egyptians sound like they were white in the movies. We can't really trust their track record. So that's what I was saying, to look into it. I'm not saying we can't trust every single one of them, but from the track record, we can't trust them as a whole, as nations. You know what I'm saying? Their political power has been corrupted throughout the ages.
Mm-hmm.
You can't really trust them. So if it's a situation like this, when it's involving billions or trillions, zillions, quadrillions or whatever amounts of money, we know we definitely can't trust them. You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
Definitely can't trust them. So I'm just saying, look into it. We need to look into it more because it's pertinent that we don't just you know, go off of what we read right there, because it could be deeper with the Wolfgang guy. He could be connected with the Rockefellers, the Rothschilds. They could all be interconnected with that banking system and teamed up against that man to take him out. Once they find out, you know, once
and he was executed. So that's fishy.
By who though? By who?
We're gonna find out. We're gonna read the rest of this stuff.
Okay.
It look like some old Georgian Wheezy stuff right there. They moved on up trying to upgrade their power grid.
Yeah, trying to promote that wind power.
Take a look at the construction of Southeast Asia's largest wind farm, Virgo's wind farm. Okay, in the Philippines. Yeah, so you know, these people know how to put on an image of being righteous and holy. You understand?
Oh man, I just found some stuff. Oh man.
What you got?
I found like 3 important factors or major factors that played a part in his death. And how they try to word it. Like here's one says he died of a heart attack.
What?
September 28th while in exile in Honolulu before his trial. So before he could speak, you know, somebody probably set that up. But it says he died while in exile in Honolulu before his trial. That's what one of them say. Then another one says, hold on, let me go back to it. Okay, this one says that he died in exile after a long battle with heart, lung, and kidney ailments. So it says he was ousted, which somewhat means exiled, or he was booted from his own territory and exiled in Honolulu, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then what we was talking about, the religion, it says that when he was 3 years old, he was baptized or brought into the Catholic faith. So just because someone was baptized or brought into a faith at 3, does not mean that's their life, you know, their lifelong religion.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
And then it's another one which says that he had a killer. It says Fernando Marcos killer file. So it's different stories to it, man.
Well, in these 3 communications, I haven't gotten through all the links. There's about 20 different links that I haven't read yet. But these three main ones, including the last will and testament, one of them mentions that he was executed. Let me see if I can find that joke.
Oh man.
Ooh wee.
But that's how I'm saying. It's different stories, so we know something was wrong with it. Some foul play was in it. Because it says while he was exiled before his trial. So before the trial is deep because he could have put out some words and messages to the people and got the Hebrew Israelites or whoever rallied up, you know, for what he had and what he knew. So they didn't give him a chance to speak. They said it was a heart attack, but if if they say it was a murder too, or he was killed or executed, then somebody is lying to cover up some tracks.
Uh-oh.
Right. But it said he killed somebody that I think assassinated his father or killed his father, and he was arrested for that.
Is that right?
That's what it say.
Okay. Let me take a look at this one then. See if I can find it. Should be in this one right here. Because it goes through the history, which I was trying to read before we were rudely interrupted.
Oh man, they came with it, didn't they? Straight ignorant. They ain't give you no chance.
They were calling us kings and didn't even know they was calling us kings.
Oh man.
They
said, I see your black face. I ain't know who they was talking to me.
And my face on up there.
I didn't recognize that till later though, man.
Look, because I was gonna take it off. I was gonna take the paper off. But I said, man, these dudes,
you see how some people won't even give folks a chance. They see they black, they already go into their ignorant mode.
Automatic.
Oh, just a black face. They see a black face. Now they already thinking some opposite. That just proved we got real enemies, man. Ignorant ones too.
Uh-oh, I done pressed all kinds of buttons over here. Oh, shoot.
What you done did, man?
I don't know what I'm doing. Hold on. I got it. Hold on. I got it. I'm getting used to it after a while. Okay, here you go.
He studied law, so I'm sure he was tidy about the things he did, you know.
Mm-hmm.
What he wrote.
Oh, that's why it sounds like that.
Yeah, it's deep.
I mean, like it's written in legalese.
Yeah, he knew his law, man.
Okay, here's the history. That the undersigned was sole holder of said assets and properties. He's talking about himself. That entrusted through channeled events from King Bernardo Carpio or the spiritual judge Samson of Italy.
I like the way he words too, man.
You see that? So that's where he said he got it from. Entrusted through channeled events. So the collection of this mass fortune was entrusted through channeled events from King Bernardo Carpio, or spiritual judge Samson of Israel, who shared his testimony over said treasures of the Philippine Islands through papers of his legal deposits under White Magnolia account, and who acquired foreign traders and Omega ring with old text, printed paper from the time of Adam, into Noah, into Prophet Moses, Judge Samson, King David, and King Solomon of Israel, that the undersigned hereunto will be transmitted directly to Anthony Santiago Martin, with international recognized code name and number, Spiritual Wonder Boy. So that's who Spiritual Wonder Boy is, Anthony Santiago Martin.
Okay.
And he's the spiritual King David of Israel, and legitimate husband of Lynn Grace H. Medina, with recognized code name and number, Spiritual Maria Christina, and spiritual Bathsheba of Israel, which those treasures way back time from, now this is when it gets into the history part. Okay. So he told us how he acquired it. You heard that, right?
Yeah.
All right. So way back time from the year 965 AD were agreed upon and executed by and between King Carpio and foreign traders such as the Mongols, Koreans, Indians, the East Indians, Malays, Japanese, and Chinese, indicated that in exchange of trade and loan from the Philippine Islands, which the islands were very rich with physical gold, silver, diamond, and platinum mines, that those traders must be paid twice of their actual loan materials as sample is 1 piece of gold with 1 gram must be paid 2 pieces of gold per gram. And from year 965 to year 1000. Mongolia raiders traded and agreed such nature of trading in the Philippine Islands until they planned to rock and invade the Philippine Islands and from time being. See how they did?
Have you ever played Tomb Raider?
Yeah.
That's basically what she going around stealing their stuff, man.
Mm-hmm.
And claiming it from Europe.
That's exactly, see? Mongolian raiders, they traded and decided to invade and rock. He said, plan to rock and invade.
Yeah.
Wicked people. Oh yeah. We got another psycho. Look at that.
I was waiting on the word, man. Oh man.
I know I have learned a valuable lesson today.
Oh man.
Never put the link in the public, just give it.
Man, I think it's the younger children, like the teenagers getting out of school, just finding something to play. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They think they get on here and just play around. So
on YouTube,
yeah,
looking for something to do.
Right.
Woo-wee. Okay, let me
So the Mongol raiders from Mongolia, right?
Yeah. Mongolia raiders traded and agreed such nature of trading in the Philippine Islands until they planned to rock and invade the Philippine Islands, and from time being. Foreign invaders through Mongolia and Chinese counterparts were retrieved some remaining papers left by King Carpio stating that before he offered sacrifice to block and hinder rolling stones in Mount Sierra in the town of Montalban.
They look like your boys, don't they?
Who?
Look. Look, you see?
Then the Mongol raiders.
They look like your the Israelites, don't they?
Go with it. There you go. They were Israelites. Yeah, they were Israelites.
Yeah, man, they decked out.
Yeah.
I think he ain't got the fringes, but he got on the sash. On
yeah,
the
they had become corrupt over time, though. You know.
Yeah.
They had become very corrupt, but they had a lot of our proverbs and stuff in their customs.
Yeah, the Eastern civilization, man, they used a lot of Solomon's wisdom too. Like Buddha, you see where he recycled a lot of Solomon's wisdom too.
Yeah, and he had a vision of the sun, the wonderful sun too.
Right. And as being the way to nirvana.
Mm-hmm.
I think we had that conversation a while back.
Yeah.
Was that me and you and Alex?
I don't know. It was quite a few people talking about what about Buddhism? Is that all right? And I was like, I looked it up. You know, I had already studied it, but I didn't feel any type of way about Buddhism until they had brought it up. You know what I mean? Then I found that he had a prophecy saying that the wonderful sun is going to come. So he was of course he was before the wonderful sun.
And they don't really teach that in Buddhism.
Not at all. So what we at? King Carpio stating that before he offered sacrifice to block and hinder rolling stones in Mount Sierra in the town of Montalban. Okay, little details. Okay, so then so now when these Mongolians raided the Philippines, see, I want to get to where it caused see.
You say they doubled the price for the gold, right? From the grams, they had to pay double the gram.
Yeah, it was loans that had to be paid back double.
Oh, okay.
Now look at this right here. Let me go up just a hair.
That's 1565.
The European invaders used that Carpio's treasures to invade more land outside of Europe and Spain.
Oh man, through cheating.
Go ahead.
With blood compact buy-in between King Sikutana and King Sigala of Bohol and General Miguel Lopez de Legazpi of Spain and Mexico, dated back March 16, 1565, recovered some Carpio's treasure in Bohol province as acquired by Malacta Bali or Maria. We talking about butthole, man.
yeah.
Bohol province.
1565. Now, picture that.
Yeah, that's a wild thing.
During the time of the Renaissance, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's a little bit after the Renaissance, about I guess the Renaissance started about 1490, 1480, something like that, right?
Yeah.
We well into the Renaissance where they were whitewashing everything, and they had also decided to make the Israelites a permanent slave class by the papal bull of Pope some Pope dummy decided to make Israelites a perpetual slave class. Now this is after you done stole the money. Now Solomon's bread.
Yeah.
So it was recovered. Some Carpio's treasures in Bohol province, as acquired by Melecta Bali or Maria Christina, a lady shaman of Mount Conleon in Negroes province. So now, if you understand what a Negro is, then you know that that's us.
Right.
So they laughing about our money and putting up Egyptian pictures of a dude ravaging himself. See what I'm saying? But there's going to be a very long laughter by us.
Right.
See here, Dr. Jose Rizal or spiritual prophet Moses of Israel. So they had to wait,
names, man.
They had to wait till he was born and spiritual David in aid of great creator. See, there was a depression. Once they recovered some of King Carpio's treasures that he got from Solomon, they had a great depression. So they shared some fiscal and food aid from Maria Christina and Maria Banah to recover from hungriness and leaving pain and heart breaks among Filipinos until these people were born, or that man was born, Dr. Jose Rizal, or spiritual prophet Moses of Israel, born, and spiritual David in aid of great creator. Ascend young Rizal until he ended scholastic profession in University of St. Thomas, leaving suffering, unfairness, pain, and distress over Spanish deans and priests until he met Maria Clara del Prado, or transferred spiritual power of Maria Banasha, then hand over an Alpha Omega ring, leaving a message that he must be recovered documents of King Carpio in custody of the Chinese emperor. So the Chinese emperor had King Carpio's documents of the total treasure. So they eventually got it all back.
Oh, we look at that. If we look at the timeline for the 1500s, 1566 says in China, the emperor had been withdrawn from governing for long periods. He also pursued everlasting life by taking potions, which led to his death by accidental poisoning.
I know that's right.
I'm saying how it ties into what we're talking about, the emperor of China or whatever. But after that, a year after that, he died.
There you go. See, playing games.
But look at this. On this docket, where we reading from, it says Chinese Emperor Guangxu, right? But in 1566, it says the emperor was Jiangjing. He died in 66.
1566.
Right.
The next year.
Right. So if he was the emperor in this time that this thing was written right here, which says 65, then somebody got to be off, either what I'm reading or that. But you know, let's see. Let me look at the emperors of China in 1500s.
You say he died in 66. This says 1565, and then Dr. Rizal got all that stuff back, right? And then the Spanish rulers there persecuted Dr. Rizal and put pain to him, persecution of Spanish regime, until he decided to execute death penalty to gunshots on December 30th, 1896. Okay, see?
Who is that?
This is the guy that got executed, not Ferdinand Marcos.
Oh, okay.
Dr. Rizal had to recover the stolen, you know, they don't deal with conquering. That's their property. They went and got it back.
Oh, man, found something else.
It took them 300 years to get the gold back.
To the 1800s?
1565 to 1890 to the 1800s, 1890 something. So they had to wait for Dr. Jose Rizal to be born, and he was the spiritual prophet Moses of Israel, born, and spiritual David in aid of great creator. So when he rose up, he got all the gold back from the Chinese Emperor Zhongzhou, who had the documents of the gold. So that's how they're transferring the gold, is by legally and properly having the documents of the gold and knowing where it is and how to access it.
From China, right?
Yeah, the Chinese Emperor Zhongzhou is the one who had the documents.
I think they still got the gold too. They number one. Their country is number one with gold imports and exports. Like, they produce the most gold, but that's what they say, in the whole world.
There it is. See?
Mm-hmm.
See how that works?
Right.
And that's basically the end of this. But Dr. Rizal, after he recovered the gold, got executed. So that's probably how, you know, these red flags.
They killed him.
See?
Oh man, right. I mean, with wars, I'm sure that the wars through that time was over some of that gold, a lot of that gold.
Mm-hmm.
You know, throughout the 1500s to the 1800s and beyond.
Mm-hmm. That's it. That's in my mind when I was reading through these things. I said, well, it's a lot of wars in between all these situations.
Mm-hmm.
That's making a lot of sense.
Right. That's what I just found. I would say I found something interesting, the Catholic controversy over Chinese rights. So that's like the Europeans contending for the gold and for the rights that China had over something. I can send you the link to it, but it says the Catholic missionary orders are central to the Portuguese and Spanish entry into China, attempting to bring the faith and worldview of Christian Europe to Asia. The Jesuits, in the person of Matteo Ricci, or Ricci or something, entered China from Maceo in 1582. They received an audience with the Chinese emperor in 1601. Interest in Chinese rites and customs and knowledgeable about astronomy, the Jesus are retained in the imperial court and function as court advisors for 150 years under Ming and Qing emperors. Knowledge of astronomical patterns was essential to Chinese emperors in fulfilling their roles as mediators between heavenly order, natural order, and human order, and in performing the annual calendric rites.
Calendric?
Like calendric.
Gotcha. Okay.
According to their astronomical patterns and who they would choose as the emperors. So it says the Franciscan and Dominican missionary orders arrived in China in the 1630s with the Spanish. They challenged the Jesuit toleration of Chinese morality as equal to Christian morality and the Jesuit acceptance of Chinese ancestral worship as a civil, not a religious right. The Chinese responded by labeling Christianity a heterodox sect, one challenging to official authority. So they labeled Christianity as a certain class of people who challenged their authority. The rights controversy, as it came to be known, lasted for 100 years. You know, from 1640 to 1742, and involved the Chinese emperors and the Pope. In 1742, the Pope ended the controversy by ruling against the Jesuits and requiring Catholic missionaries to forbid the practice of Chinese rites and ceremonies. You see how they tried to go there and regulate through religion? Yeah. Christian missionary activity subsided in China for the next century until the treaties imposed upon the Chinese by European governments in the late 1800s, and the Treaty of Nanking provided them with new bases of operation on Chinese territory. So that says in about 1842, I mean. And then what we're looking at here is like a continuance, because it says with Spain under the Treaty of Paris, dated December 10th, 1898. You see what we're reading right here?
Right.
So it's like a continuance from the Pope, the Spanish, and those, you know, they were trying to implement their ideas and religion in order to infiltrate through the land with the Chinese, because they know they had a lot of the gold and things. You know? So that's confirmation, man.
Absolutely. Filipino revolutionists fought against the Spaniards until they overthrown in the islands of the American authorities entered the islands after their ratification of treaty with Spain under the Treaty of Paris dated December 10th, 1898 in Paris, France, and Spain sold the islands to the United States of America worth $20 million American dollars.
So America is in control of the Philippines right now?
Absolutely.
Oh man.
Absolutely.
Ridiculous, man.
Ain't that something?
Right.
So they got the whole Philippines. Let me see what else they got here. Okay, that's just the size of the Philippines, and then it talks about the Alpha Mega ring. I want to see some more up there. Here we go. We got 1970 right here. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Let's see. They bought the land. They sold it to the America for $20 million. Seychelles Islands, and they immediately canceled and terminated all
$20
Spain. for
hold on, man. Hold on. I just caught that. Who sold what to who for $20 million? The Spanish? Hello?
Hold on. We talking about, okay, so now I'm trying to get the dates right, because it's talking about Dr. Rizal again after he done got executed. So I got to look at this thing. Okay, Dr. Rizal was executed in 1896. Okay. Then the Treaty of Paris was 1898. Okay. So General Emilio Aguinaldo sold this is the Philippines. This is a legal term for the Philippines that has been bought by Dr. Rizal to Spain in the sum of 20 million American dollars. So that was back then while he was alive, and then they sold it to
America,
United States. Dr. Rizal sold it to Spain for $20 million.
oh,
Spain sold it to the United States for $20 million.
So they couldn't trust Rizal, right? If he sold,
It looked like they was mad that he recovered the gold. Remember, the gold was stolen by the Mongolian and Chinese and Asian raiders,
yeah.
and they rocked the Philippines and looted the Philippines. So 300 years later, Dr. Rizal was born, and that whole 300 years it was in famine. They was in famine.
Okay.
Okay, so Dr. Rizal was born, and then he recovered the gold that was in custody of the Zhangzu Emperor.
Okay. I wonder how he did that. For real, man. How he do that? He's like, this is our goal. Let me show you the lineage. Let me show you the
stuff, right? Yeah, I mean, they probably had so many documents that said this is ours. Oh, here you go. Remember when they
had to come with a force, though, or army, man.
Of course. It's always a threat of annihilation. Give it to us or die. But you see how, remember when they said the custody up here, where it said there's a certain chain of events that we got this gold. Remember that part?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So they're not making that public. So that must be a very well documented situation right there.
Right.
You feel me?
So he probably showed them the track list.
There you go. The chain of custody.
Right.
Okay, so now Spain sold it to America. Okay, now I'm trying to get more up to date here.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. If he recovered all the gold, right? And it was back to a Philippine estate, and then he sold the Philippines to America. Oh no, he sold the Philippines to Spain, and then Spain sold it to America for $20 million. That don't necessarily mean they sold the gold or that they have control over the gold, but that province.
Right, they wanted to have access to it anytime they choose. That sounds more logical to me too.
But they don't really. I mean, that's the thing. Like, our Rizal was born in a different time period, but he still regulated, and he came and reclaimed what was rightfully theirs. I don't feel like America still owns anything. Like, they don't own America, so how the hell they gonna own Spain? You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
It's a lot of confusion in it, because it's like they don't fully own America because they didn't destroy all of this the natives here. You know what I'm saying? That means the descendants of the natives still has control and say so on their ancestors' land. You see what I'm saying?
Absolutely. That's why I say every time that conquering does not count. Just because you done beat the brakes off somebody, you know what I'm saying? And then, but in this situation now, they're trying to make it look like, okay, you sold it to us. Okay.
It didn't belong
to you with a gun to my head. I sold it to you.
Even if somebody did sell it to him, it wasn't theirs to sell, is what I'm saying.
Thank you.
You know what I'm saying? People just been trying to claim and put their landmarks on something. It ain't theirs. Even if they write something and sign it, that don't necessarily mean it's theirs. You see what I'm saying? Like, they can come to America, put a flag in the ground, sign a Declaration of Independence, that's something they did. I can go downtown and do the same thing.
Thank you. Okay, so now we're getting near the time of the agreement that we just looked at, right?
Yeah.
Because now you're talking about the people who signed the agreement. So they resurveyed the Philippines, and now it's called Survey Plan number 11-5509 instead of Titulo de Propiedad numero 4136 by virtue of the mandate instruction made by President William McKinley to General Robert Torrance and President William H. Taft of the Philippine Commission to resurvey the islands in order to assure their legal occupation in the islands. And after they resurveyed the islands that measured approximately 451,000 square kilometers, covering the islands of Luzon to the islands of Sabah, and by virtue of the Lands Registration Act number 496 enacted by the Philippine Commission led by President William H. Taft, the Philippine Islands was entitled to, okay, we're getting more up to date. It was entitled to original certificate of title number 779 under the Land Survey Plan. Okay, so it was entitled to the original certificate of title number 779 and registered under Lands Registration Act number 496. So that's a different subtext. It was entitled to original certificate of title number 779 under the Land Survey Plan under the Lands Registration Act. The Americans modified and developed some educational systems, views, and lifestyles among the Filipino people until World War II. What's that? 1948?
In the of the 30s and 40s, yeah.
About 1945, something like that?
Hold on, let me make sure. I knew it was after the Great Depression.
The Great Depression was 1928.
It was in the 30s and 40s.
Okay. Occurred unexpectedly, and the Axis powers decided to retaliate against the world, which they professed that they never cited by the world after World War I and Adolf Hitler, son of Ignacio Enrique Coronado. See, he told the man father.
Adolf Hitler?
Adolf Hitler father.
His daddy sounded like he was a Spaniard or something.
What it sound like? A traitor. His father was a traitor of Dr. Jose Rizal.
Oh man. It's all linked together then. That's some of the world wars we looking at.
Who went in Paris to claim Carpio's treasures for himself. Oh. Managed Germany to start a global horror, and they associated with Italy and Japan. The world was horrified by the Axis powers, and they looted and alleged treasures of Europe without knowing that those were a remains of Carpio's treasures. And Dr. Rizal also saved the Alpha Omega ring in Madrid and other pertinent treasures in Spain that deposited by Dr. Rizal under White Vatican account. And Axis powers delivered those treasures to the Philippine Islands without knowing by the Filipino people through the monitoring of General Yuki Yamashita, son of Judge Alfonso Pajayo, whom entrusted by the undersigned to take seat of the presidency from year 1970 to 1983. While the undersigned was under processional steps to deposit under time version some multiple stocks and physical precious commodities saved by King Carpio and Dr. Rizal for the benefit of the Filipino people that caused to be brought the undersigned to shame and downward against the Filipino people.
Man.
And some of those treasures were hid by the Axis powers and still hidden in the mountainous proper, and some under the sea of the Philippine Islands that cannot ever be allowed to touch, to retrieve and to recover, to sponsor the maturities of the multiple certified deposits by the undersigned.
Hold on. Look at this. Okay, with that said, it talks about Adolf Hitler's father, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if you look at what the Google says his father, it says his father was Alois Hitler Sr., an Austrian civil servant. You see what I'm saying?
Austrian civil
Mm-hmm.
servant. Okay, did you
It
look up
doesn't say the same name.
Ignacio is the same name?
No, I don't say that. And then it says that Adolf Hitler was fatherless on another post. So yeah, it's a lot of confusion in it, but
Okay, look up Ignacio Enrique Coronado.
hold on, let me see how to spell that. That's a long name, man. Okay, I see it. Ignacio, okay. Ignacio Enrique. Yeah, that's Spanish sound like.
Yeah.
Enrique Coronado. There we go. Let's see what it says. It says the lateral commission overthrow of Marcos for gold.
Marcos, Ferdinand Marcos. That's who we talking about the whole time.
Okay, last will and testament of Fernando Marcos. Let me see. Coronado. Is it really saying that that's his father, or is it saying somebody else's father?
Let me see.
I might have just looked at it wrong.
Axis powers decided to retaliate against the world, which they professed that they never cited by the world after World War I, and Adolf Hitler, son of Ignacio Enrique Coronado, a traitor of Dr. Jose Rizal's face.
Well, I have a few articles linked to it, but not really, like credible links. Somebody must have went to the library or did some research for it. So let's see what this says right here. Okay, it says, wait a minute, where is, okay, here we go. European adventurers and greedy to amend that account name from Dr. Jose Rizal and Antonio Diaz Santiago names into Jose Antonio Diaz for Antonio's account in Cervino Romano for Dr. Rizzo's account after Rizzo faced a death sentence from Spanish authorities in the Philippine Islands. But later, the two confirmed accounts amended by Adolf Hitler in the name of his biological father, late Ignacio Enrique Coronado, one of the traitors, an evil facial brother of Rizal. Is it saying that he's a brother of Rizal, but late President Ferdinand Marcos reconstituted it? So it kind of goes into the same thing about DiCaprio money. Maybe I need to read it from the top because it's a lot of different stuff they're saying. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, the way they worded it is kind of different to read. It's a whole bunch of Spanish names or something in here. Okay, they gave us a link. So it is a reputable link. Let me go to the link. Okay, I see some of the stuff that we're reading right here. So it's making sense. Look at this. The elders of the Umayman tribe told me an American plane crashed in their rivers in the 1930s. Estrella 47 said by mobile phone from a footpath between the tribal village in Davao, the largest city in the Philippine Islands. The river dried up in the 1990s, and the natives went into the plain and found 12 boxes that contained $300 billion in bonds.
Oh man. Oh man.
A Filipino social worker says that they found boxes of 12 boxes that contained $300 billion
in bonds
in a dried up river.
In the plane.
Went into a plane, yeah.
So what we're actually confirming is that, I mean, I already knew this wasn't made up, but this is really validating this entire history that is found in his last will and testament. And I'm pretty sure that from what how he's wording it is like it's from his memory.
Right.
Except for the the technicalities of all the numbers and stuff. I'm pretty sure he had those documented, written down somewhere.
Right. The way he worded it, it sounds like he was led by the Most High.
There you go.
To do things. I don't know if you know,
that's why I want to say he did not will his fortune to his family for the purpose of keeping it out of the hand of the wicked. I mean, because this is the highest fortune I've ever heard of ever.
Right.
Hands down. So it's like what? You don't want the wrong people to have it, so now you want to just put it in a trust. And then another one of these communications that I got here, I got it's like 20 of them, and it says that that no one is permitted to damage any of the property. Now, why would you say
the states?
They can do whatever they want. If they felt like damaging it, they will.
But he just put that in there.
I don't know, man. I think that you might want to, you like how they say the curse of the Egyptians and all that stuff, the curse of the mummies and stuff like that.
Yeah,
those tombs, the bacteria or whatever killed people because they was locked up for so long that the bacteria got strong or whatever.
Yeah.
I'm thinking that
Solomon left a chain of commands for his descendants. Like when we look at we have to line up like the biblical with history. Like when the kingdoms of Israel, when they were in power and they were ruled by David, then to Solomon, then to their descendants, we also had to see that Rome played a part in that. Egypt played a part in that. As far as in when they dissolved, Babylon had their hand in it. So it was like when the Jerusalem became captives, where did Solomon's gold go? When they no longer had a king. You see what I'm saying? Their kings were like Herod, corrupt kings or corrupted kings. Right. Herod was the king of Jerusalem at a certain point in time. So just like Ferdinand put the gold in the hands of somebody else, I feel like Solomon, he entrusted it in certain places. Like he left landmarks and he left stories, like how Fernandez said that he followed the chain of command or followed, certain things over time or events. The Bible says that Solomon left columns and certain things that we see even to this day in certain places. So he probably left like a egg hunt, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Or like a treasure hunt. So whoever found it, like how they do in a lot of the movies, like they have the treasure maps, only certain people find it, you know. So
See, now you talking, because that's the very question that led me to look all this stuff up years ago, and that's when I ran into the name of Wolfgang Struck. So just recently, when I started thinking about reparations again, you know, I had a reparations group for about I guess about a year now, and then but I haven't tracked down, because reparations, when you think of reparations, you think just like the young 16-year-old guy who just said that how you going to get it from the United States and this, that, and the third. So that's what is on our mind whenever we think of reparations, that we're supposed to approach the United States. But we already have a totally separate inheritance,
right,
from Solomon. So I took that biblical compass that I found in the Bible. I said, okay, this person was the last person over the treasury, over the gold and all that stuff. And so where did it go? Some of it went to Assyria. What happened to it? There's no record of what happened to it.
Right.
So they had to keep it more secret than even the Bible.
Right. This is how we know it's Solomon's. If it has certain certain treasures in it.
Yeah.
Like the Bible clearly speaks and pinpoints certain treasures.
That's right.
That they obtained and that they made.
They mentioned quite a few of them. One is the Alpha Omega ring that they mentioned. I never heard of.
I heard
another one that
Solomon had a signet. They had certain signet rings that identified, you know, with their reign.
Mm-hmm.
They had certain designs and things that they identified.
Like Hezekiah, he had a ring with a scarab on it.
Yeah.
Something else, but it's mainly a two-winged scarab.
Mm-hmm.
So that was his king's signet ring. Okay, then you got the other treasures that they mentioned in there were paper from the time of Adam, written on paper from the time of Adam, that went through the chain of custody of, you know, down to Noah, and then to Moses, and then to Samson.
I like to see those papers too, man.
Now these treasures are sounding spectacular, like, you know what I'm saying, like.
Right. It's deeper than just gold, man. The history of mankind is one of the most important things ever. Actually knowing it. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Because it will refute a lot of the things that Europeans and their scientists have been saying and trying to mass manipulate amongst the people.
There you go. Just
dinosaurs, apes. They tried to give us so much different theories to go up, the Big Bang, all types of stuff, man. Bigfoot, look at the Loch Ness monster, all types of stuff. It's ridiculous.
All to say that black people never did anything.
Right. They try to put themselves on a higher pedestal. They tried to come with the Einsteins, their astrologists, and then tried to claim that knowledge that they regurgitated from ancient Egypt, Mesopotamia, Sumeria, you know, different places that they got the knowledge from in order to even make those calculations and theories. So it's regurgitated, but they try to put their name and their claim on it to where people looking at them as, oh, they so great. Look at what he did. You know what I'm saying? But they were studying the formula and patterns of our people anyway. Now our people have been like bamboozled in thinking that it came from the Europeans or from the Einsteins and different people like that, when the math, the science, the literature was here way before Einstein. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
All he did was look at it and somewhat try to refine it or come up with his own inventions based on their concepts and their knowledge.
The Pythagoras is another white guy that they try to give credit to an amazing math discovery, right?
Yeah.
But the pyramids used the Pythagorean method.
Right. That's what I'm saying. We had already been using the stuff from the Most High, Imhotep or Joseph. So the due credit and the recognition has to go to its due creator, its due conceptors, which is our creator and his servants. You know what I'm saying? Instead of people that's trying to blockade or to barricade the truth and suppress people's minds, man. You know, they have to be removed out of the way, and it don't really take so much war. So it don't even really take a war or physical violence to remove them. It's like they boxed inside of their own understanding and knowledge anyway. So when we expressing certain knowledge that the Most High share with us, it's putting them in a place where they went to school for 50 years. They've been studying the earth and different things for 800 years, but they still don't have the same knowledge that we may possess. Proves that the creator is real.
That's because we get it from a different source.
Exactly.
See, the most dedicated Satanists get higher knowledge too from Satan, but you know they are so dedicated to oppression and murder and genocide and things like this that their knowledge is foolish. It is not useful to them. They only know how to use it to destroy.
That's the thing. That's what makes them ignorant, because they think that that's the way to do it. War and taking out people, trying to depopulate certain races, mind control and different things like that. They feel like that's the way to do it. So that proves that they're cowards and they're fearful of someone else. How they gonna be so fearful, or why would they be so fearful of the people that they call minorities?
Stupid.
Yeah, they call them all them names, but they so afraid of them. So they trying to keep their confidence down and suppress the knowledge that they must possess of themselves. You know what I'm saying? Once they learn about themselves, they tried to get them to hate themselves so they wouldn't learn about themselves. You know what I'm saying? While they were retaining their riches in the background. And then they try to say population control. We had to do this to keep the population down. With the Most High, we don't need none of that. If we follow the Most High, he would instruct us how to populate and to live amongst one another with our own habitations and populate.
And he's done so. He done instructed us quite a couple times already. Said, repopulate the earth, be fruitful, multiply, repopulate the earth, plant vineyards, plant things, raise animals,
right?
Take care of the land, take care of the earth, make sure the earth does not get polluted and things like this. So we done, you know,
right.
They might drop the ball, but you know, it's about to get back into the right proper form in the next, you know, some years. You know, some people think it's coming like real soon. You know, I'm thinking I'm looking like 100 years from now.
Well, I mean, as far as the freedom from slavery, if it was 400 years, then that time is like now.
Yeah. See, there go our freedom, but then you got to build a whole nation from scratch. Or are we just gonna fill the power seats and rebuild their temples into normal places without all those idols all over? Because we can't sit. The people that are sitting in those like on Capitol Hill and in every courtroom and you know, the capital of every city with the titty on top of the Capitol and that idol woman standing on top of the Capitol buildings all across the United States. All that stuff pisses the Father off.
Right.
So we can't sit in those buildings. We got to either build our own buildings or removed every idol from off of those buildings.
Right. That's why I see like destruction and chaos coming upon certain lands and people. And if that's what they want to do, that's what I'm saying. If they want to do that, and they want to live that way and have idols and things like that, then they're gonna have to prove to us that they love themselves and they love us, and that they're not about slavery before everybody. Because right now they put themselves in a position where they have worldwide sovereignty and worldwide trade going on. So they have to entertain and keep up with nations from all around the world anyway, which means that they can't really treat Africans or African Americans bad. They can't really treat Filipinos bad or Mexicans bad because they have established trade with those other nations. So, I mean, whatever we want, you see what I'm saying? Whatever we want, they're basically at our leisure anyway. You know, because of the position they put themselves in with their greed and their lust all around the world. They opened up a door. They made themselves like a glass house nation. People can see what's inside because their people are inside from other nations. Chinese come here, Muslims come here, all types of people can come here and integrate, build families, build businesses, and then go back to their land. So they have connections with their presidents, their kings, and it's so integrated here that it's like a glass house. They can't really do anything that violates human rights without being without having to deal with some type of consequences from another nation. You see what I'm saying? So if they want to do things that are corrupt and against the Most High, they can do that in their own habitation. You know what I'm saying? We're not really forced to be here. And if we were forced to be here, then it violates human rights. So it would be spoken of on a worldwide level. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, and that's what happened with the UN.
Yeah.
They deemed slavery a crime against humanity.
Right.
So that was like a big thing in the conscious community before the conscious community became popular just recently, past two or 3 years ago. It gave the indigenous people a recourse. Now you can go and deal with the fact of slavery around the world and get a redress, you know, and get compensated for it if you choose to. You do it individually or under a banner.
Right. That's the thing, though. That's what the whole reparations is like. If we have 75 different groups of African Americans trying to come with different demands, it may get laughed at or shunned upon because there's so many different things. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And if we have so many different groups and, you know, people all over the place and not together for what the demands are, then it would be like a slap in the face. It would be like we ain't even organized enough to ask for something. You know what I'm saying? So the Europeans would look at that like it's comedy. It's like these people, they don't deserve freedom. So look at them, they all over the place. You know what I'm saying? So the minds had to be gathered. You know, we were talking about last night, before we unify, we had to be together in self. Like the killing of one another, cursing at one another, treating women bad or children bad, whatever it is, we had to resolve amongst ourselves. Like it don't have, like we can't even label ourselves the same as all African Americans. You know what I'm saying? Some of them come from Hamite tribes. Some of them come from all different tribes in Africa. So identifying with the tribes that were enslaved is deeper than Hebrew. You know what I'm saying? So the reparations is more so just African Americans in general. You know what I'm saying? Because if we go back to Hebrew lineage, then it gets deep. because like we say, some of the slave masters or the African kings sold some of their own people into slavery. Some of the Moors, some of the Islamic kings or princes or sovereigns there, they all traded. So looking at who all traded, it's like they were all owe us something. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm glad you said that.
You know?
And what you find out whenever you study that period of history and those locations, and based on their own annals and records and things like that, is that they knew very well who they were selling into slavery, because they had them in slavery before. Right. They sold them to the who the Bible calls the Grecians, but they just the white people.
Oh, we know who bought the slaves and who put them in what habitation because of the language and the cultures. Like we speak English, we know that English is from England, so that part right there is English. You see how Spanish, they conquered with the French and the English, and they chose their own territories. The Latin with the Roman Empire, they have Latin territories. The Spaniards had a territory. The French had a territory, like in Dominican Republic and Haiti. In different places, they speak French in different places in Africa. So we know where they went, and by knowing where they went, we can identify with the tribes in those areas, you know, to see if they sold their own people or were they ramaged or you know, plundered.
Right. So no, that's what we know, is that the white people did not have the power or capability to plunder or ravage the people that were in that area that were so unified and prepared to fight. So the white people had to send scouts. They sent like an expedition of maybe 5-8 people, and you know each community had maybe 2,000 warriors in the community, not counting the women and children. So they couldn't do what they wanted to do, but what happened was they had slaves already. So
right.
Like you see in Sudan today, where they be capturing Christian slaves and sell them to the Islams and stuff like that, or just sell them straight to maybe some Catholic person that's trying to free the Christians from their slavery.
Right.
Same thing happened back then. There were different people. The slaves were the Israelites.
Right. That's what I was thinking. Like in Europe, even in Europe to this day, you can go to certain places where you can buy a prostitute in the window. Right. You see what I'm saying? So they do their own people like that, and they allow stuff like that. So when we go back into history in Europe, they may have had butlers and servants in Europe that were of African descendancy. You know, people that may have ran off or just wandered up there, or they went there and traded things and said, hey, you can take my servant. You know, they established relationships over time. And as they build, when they went looking for the new land, they wanted to take people from other nations.
Right. And they marketed it as job opportunities.
No, they didn't have to pay them. We know in history that they chained a lot of them. Chain means that it was not voluntarily. You know what I'm saying? Right. If you had to chain somebody, that's involuntary. That means they most likely didn't want to go.
Right.
So we had to look at the impoverished nations or tribes in Africa that may have sold their own into slavery for resources. You know what I'm saying? They didn't have so many African slaves. Like Africa is like 3.5 times bigger than the United States. So they only start taking like bits and pieces because they know they couldn't conquer the whole, you know, African tribes or the whole Africa. So they went and they gathered people at different times and got what they could to build their new land.
Yeah. You know see, the situation is that the the Jewishers and the other white people could not, like you said, conquer the entire land, right? So they had to get them bits and pieces at a time. So they had to make deals with the natives,
right,
in order to receive the human cargo. And the human cargo, you know, it's like the natives wouldn't sell their family members because they lived just like in early American history, or even right after the slave, the transatlantic slave trade kind of ended almost a little bit in 1865, right?
Yeah.
Those plantations, those people, even though they were separated from their original family members, those people had become family, and they had children together. So they had made themselves family as well and married each other and things like this. So as they traveled, because they didn't have vehicles,
right?
So they didn't travel far at all, and they traveled together.
Right.
So that's kind of like what happened in Africa, is that they didn't, you know, they didn't have vehicles and things like that, and they were all family members. So they didn't never sell their own family members at all.
Right.
What they had collected over time were what they call rival tribes who were Israelites.
Yeah. Okay, so they sold other members, like they were trading certain tribes.
They are considered African because of where they're located.
Yeah.
So, but their original parents were historically known to be different from the indigenous Africans who had been there way before the Israelites got there. The Israelites got there fleeing persecution at 70 AD.
So we're speaking after Christ, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, after Christ. Mm-hmm.
After Christ, we're looking at the Crusades with Islamic, you know, invasions and the Roman invasions. So the Christians or the Jews, like what Peter was, right?
Mm-hmm.
They were in that territory, which says like Bethlehem and Nazareth and Judea and all throughout that land.
Mm-hmm.
So if they were in that land and they were already under the oppression or rule of Rome. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So if Romans traded them with the Islamic influence, then that proves like the Europeans or the Spaniards were all tied together in alliances to trade with certain people. Like especially if they heard stories of Jesus and they heard stories of Moses and that descendancy, even if it was a small number of people, if they wanted to suppress the knowledge of them, they would, you know, that's what I feel like the Council of Nicaea or Nicaea it represents.
Mm-hmm.
Like they wanted to suppress that knowledge so they could keep their one world government and keep the minds of the Hebrew Israelites or the true people of the Most High from knowing who they were.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So when they sold them into slavery, we had to identify with the earlier stories of slavery in the Bible, like the Ishmaelites in Egypt, because it says he was sending them from ships from Egypt, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Egypt was like a melting pot. We see that the Hebrews were once in Egypt already. In Moses' time, they were slaves. So if they had went back to Egypt and slaves, it makes perfect sense for them to trade with the Romans who had conquered Egypt after Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
Right after Jesus, was it? No, it was right before Jesus was born. They conquered Egypt under Julius Caesar.
Hold on, let me get my audio right, because I think my speakers are messing up the audio here. Hold on a second.
Okay. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
right, let me know.
Okay.
If you look at the 50 BC area, right? During the 50s, like 50 BC, I think it's 52 BC, Julius Caesar became the consul of Rome. And during that period before Christ, those 50 years, they had ransacked and conquered Egypt. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So Egypt was under the rule of Cleopatra and her 10-year-old brother. So they waited for the perfect time to seize Egypt, and Julius Caesar ended up marrying Cleopatra, which proves that plot and their scenario they had planned for years. So after Julius Caesar took over or controlled Egypt, he put in place the time calendar. Well, right around the same time, they had their currency, their system of currency with the coins. They had the time calendar. When he took over Egypt, he controlled the time calendar.
Mm-hmm.
So he tried to steal time, man, and put his name on it.
He tried. And he did, though, but he did successfully, though. You know how many, and the whole world is still on still on his time.
Right, that's ridiculous, man.
And the leaders of all the world, they honor Julius Caesar. That's what these family lines and the presidents. You seen that little girl that made that map of all the presidents being related to the Queen of England and all that stuff?
I think, yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
So the Queen of England and all those leaders, the European leaders and stuff, they're all related to Julius Caesar. But they try to make it seem like they're related to Israel.
They revered Julius Caesar, man. And when Caesar took over, he died. He died, and his homeboy married Cleopatra, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Julius Caesar's his godson or one of his adopted children rose up, Gaius Augustus. He rose up against Marcus Antony.
Mm-hmm.
That's the one who was Julius Caesar's one of his councilmen or whatever that married Cleopatra, Marcus Antony. And
he's the one that had an affair with Cleopatra or something like that.
No, he married Cleopatra after Caesar died. So he was like, he probably was in on the plot to kill Caesar anyway.
Okay.
So he married Cleopatra. They had a child or whatever. And Julius Caesar's godson or adopted son, Gaius, went after Marcus Antony in revenge for his father, which proved that he probably had something to do with it. You know what I'm saying? So after he went after Marcus Antony, he didn't kill him, but they committed suicide when they found out that they were about to die anyway. Marcus Antony and Cleopatra committed suicide, and the sovereign, the title of Pharaoh is said to have been entitled to Gaius Augustus, who is called Pontius Pilate or Pontius Maximus, according to the Bible and what he changed his name into. You know, he changed his name into Caesar Augustus, then he changed into Pontius Maximus, and he's the one who actually appointed Tiberius, the one who was governor during the time of Christ.
Yeah.
He's the one who appointed him into office, you know. So it all ties in together. And then when we look at their rule over Egypt during the time of Christ, the Bible confirms that stuff too.
Uh-huh.
You know, and the money in Egypt, the rulership over Jerusalem, it ties into the kings and the riches in the land. Like the Temple of Solomon was still in place before Christ.
Right.
You know?
Right.
So over time, it's like when we look at the Islamic connection after Christ with the Crusades and how they fought against Rome and, you know, tried to take over Jerusalem, they were all fighting for that holy city or for the city of kings, the city of David. You know what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
The city of Solomon, because they knew the fame and the riches had spanned worldwide. And if they ruled that territory, it was like a worldwide sovereignty. And they still fight over it.
Right. And
But
it's all dealing with this secret underlying thing that nobody knows but us about. And well, I found out 500 different people myself, but you know, not a lot of people probably don't know this among the commoners. And of course, knowing more information than a commoner makes you a king in itself. But you have to apply the knowledge that we have.
right.
And that's what I plan on doing. We're gonna put a plan together and approach this situation properly. Now, they're fighting over that situation. Why? The land is land anywhere.
Right.
So they want to conquer them finally to be the that's what they do. They conquer and say, we're the boss now. So all this gold is ours.
Right.
Nothing you can do about it. Well,
that's what they're trying to say.
That's when you got another thing coming, because the father is very upset.
Right. That's why I wanted to get into those different, like we talking about in Christ's time, before Christ, with Rome, then but a little bit before Christ, when Babylon was ruling over Jerusalem, right? But now it says that Rome ruled over Jerusalem, so it has to be some type of war or treaty or ally between Rome and Babylon. The Persian Empire, the Babylonian Empire.
Absolutely, they are the descendants of each of one of those. See, that's why they keep the royalty all around the world, is because they go by the descendants, they go by the families. Commoners go by the location of where they're at, and the royalty makes sure that they keep their bloodline pure by incest and all that rest of that stuff. And all the bloodlines who know who they are and know world history, they are confederate together. They are in agreement to conquer Israel, which means the people of Israel, the descendants of that bloodline. But they don't realize how deep we are.
No, they did that, but after they went over there and basically ruled over the people, they integrated and made the people them.
That's right.
So they kind of sold them into slavery, inhabited the land, and said that they were the true Jews. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So by doing that, they kept the world deceived and at a place of, oh, we need to defend these people. Look what Hitler did. Hitler knew they wasn't the true Jews. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He knew they wasn't true Jews, so that's why he did what he did. The Most High put him in a position of power to show us who the true Jews is. Like the United States and the Europeans tried to make the man look to be or appear to be a very bad man, a very wicked and diabolical general or captain or president, dictator, whatever they call him. But at the same time, he was revealing their plot. That's why they wanted to make him look like that. They try to do it to a lot of other people too.
Okay, did you find out that Hitler survived and moved to Argentina with his wife?
No, I didn't see that.
Okay, this is what you find out when you get deep into this conversation right here, right? Being that he survived and moved to Argentina, he had to have help, and everybody had to know. So those type of leaders, those super powerful leaders, they are secret society. The entire ruling class of the earth, a secret society, and they make these plans together at those big meetings, like the Bilderberg meetings and stuff like this. So they had in place and plan, when you study the Holocaust itself, the Zionist ruler boys, like the Rothschilds and them guys, they met with the Nazis, the pure-blooded Germans and stuff like this, in order to make it actually was an elaborate hoax, because the people, the thousands of people that you see emaciated and died, they died from typhus. They didn't die from gas chambers and ovens.
Mm. What's that? You said typhus, like a
yeah, the thousands. When you see the pictures of all the skinny, super, they look famished and real super skinny and they're behind the fences and stuff like this here, and you see them shoveling the bodies into the big mass graves and stuff like this right here.
Yeah,
it's because they had them in concentration camps. The Zionists before the plan, the hoax, right? They said that we're gonna put everybody in concentration camps in order to take over Israel, to get Israel and conquer Israel and make it look like we had the right to be there. So the plan went wrong because in those concentration camps, they ran out of water, ran out of food and stuff like this right here. And the United States was not getting involved in the war in order to make it look like they had been punished and had been done wrong. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. That's how the hoax went. Do us wrong or make it look like you're doing us wrong so that we can take over Israel and we can move into Israel and we can be the Jewishers. No, you messed up because now you done killed thousands of your own people that you didn't even mean to kill.
Oh man, that's ridiculous. Yeah.
And that 6 million number, right? The 6 million number had been playing since 1912 because they had already started exterminating the blacks in 1907. They had been doing that.
That's crazy, man. So yeah, I mean, America, Europe, it's not just them alone that we face. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It's people that's envious and greedy that rise up in power from different sovereignties of nations that got their hands in the pot, that want to be a part of their corruption and envy. Like we know certain sovereignties that don't want nothing to do with America, nothing to do with Europeans, because they can't trust them. We can't really trust them unless they prove themselves to us. I know I don't trust them unless they prove themselves. I don't really trust anybody unless they prove themselves to me. So I'm surely not going to trust somebody with a track record like the Europeans.
Exactly. And, you know, and look how they hide. Look how they hide that fortune that we've been talking about, right? Right. They try to say that okay, now it's an alien plot, an alien situation where the aliens have been coming to the earth.
Oh man,
mining gold.
I saw something like that. They try to say, yeah, connected to Egypt and stuff.
You see that? They got the aliens have been coming mining all the gold. I used to believe that when I first, when I was like 21, 22 years old. I said, aliens, they mining the gold, and all the world's governments are giving their gold to the aliens because on their planet they need the gold for particular reasons and stuff.
Oh man, that's messed up.
And the whole time the gold has been sitting wherever these are coming.
Aliens. They are the aliens they talking about. Taking the gold, talking about it's some outer space. Yeah, they out of their mind, all right, man. They the aliens.
Oh man. The more elaborate the hoax, the more believable it is.
Man.
But once you dedicate yourself to reality,
right.
They say, man, okay, now I know how to decipher reality. Okay. I can look at something and say, this must be true because he's dedicated himself to the truth based on his affinity to the highest power, and he's dedicated to loyalty and obedience and honoring the highest powers people on earth. You see what I'm saying? I can see that what he's saying makes sense and is true. You know, if anything is illogical, I can find out what the problem is. But then I can look at this guy over here, been in a secret society all his life with the rest of his family, his entire family is in secret societies. What's so secretive? What are you hiding?
Right. I mean, yeah, the track records betrayal, folks. Like you said, if somebody in a secret society, somebody working for the CIA, or they doing certain things, it betrays them. You know what I'm saying?
It betrays them.
Certain people can't work for the CIA. You know, certain people can't work in secret society, and you can tell. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So, hey, that's another thing, like what Christ said, as far as not going in the way of the Gentiles. You know, they have a track record that follow them that, you know, we don't need to be a part of.
That's all they do. They hit their brother Jacob.
Right.
So they just presume with the sword until we mature to the level and numbers of mentality to say enough is enough.
Right.
Because in this final, this is supposed to be the final captivity, right?
Right.
Okay. We went through every bloodline's captivity, okay, except for a few. I can't name them off the top of my head, but I had to look it up in the Bible. Okay.
All of them, man.
That's where I'm liable to say that too. So this is the final captivity, and in this prophecy it says that I will not take you by the hand like I took your forefathers out of Egypt, by bringing a strong arm to Egypt and removing you from captivity. You have to free yourself.
That's what it says?
That's what it says.
That's deep, man. That's what I was thinking. I'm glad. What was that at?
You know what made me? I'm gonna show it to you right now. But you know what it made me do? I threw my hands up in there like this. I said, "Oh man, we got to do it ourselves. When we semi-dumb, we don't know nothing."
No, it's deeper than that, because the oppression. That's why I was saying we ain't never really been enslaved. Like it's a mental slavery. It's somewhere in the scriptures that says that the people were oppressing themselves. They put themselves in slavery and they can get themselves out. That's why when you said that, I started laughing, because it went right into that precept.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna have to find that one too. I think it's in the New Testament. But he was saying they were basically oppressing themselves by choosing to follow their ways. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It's just like right now in America, we have certain laws that are against the Most High, but the people voted into office. The people voted the presidents into office. Without the people, it ain't really no government. The people been choosing. The people chose Saul. The Most High chose David, thank God. But the people been choosing in certain nations. So over the years, the people got what they chose in their own ignorance. Like their own ignorance kept them oppressed. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So by the people waking up and becoming conscious of their own decisions, what's really going on by what they allow, then they will have freedom. So the reparations is important, but it has to be clearly isolated and clearly recognizable by the oppressive people. Because when you think about it, the people that's holding on to the riches from the oppressors or the slave masters are just descendants. They weren't the actual ones who were doing the trading. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So that money that's in their heirlooms or in their families belongs to some of our families, and those slaves that were not compensated or treated violently and cruelly. And you know, my Native American family that had their land sieged or savaged, because it's not like they truly took over the land. They just went here and they started expanding on the land because they felt liberated to, because certain Indians traded with them and thought it was okay. That doesn't mean that every Indian or Native American feels the same way. See what I'm saying?
Right.
They just did what they thought was all right. Okay, I see.
You see it? Jeremiah 31:31. Behold, the days come, saith the Lord, that I will make a new covenant with the house of Israel and with the house of Judah. So you know that's the northern and southern kingdom.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And in Ezekiel it says that they will be one stick. because they were separated in the past over Solomon's blunder. Jeremiah 31:32. Not according to the covenant that I made with their fathers in the day that I took them by the hand to bring them out of the land of Egypt, which my covenant they broke, although I was a husband to them, saith the Lord. But this shall be the covenant that I make with the house of Israel. After those days I will put my law in their inward parts, and I will write in their hearts, and will be their God, and they shall be my people. Right. And they shall teach every nation. I'm trying to see where it said.
No, that basically said what you said. Because it's like they freeing themselves internally.
I will forgive their iniquity. I will remember their sin no more. Thus saith the Lord, to give the sun for a light by day, and the ordinance of the moon, stars by night, which divided the sea and the waves, and the roar of the host. Lord of hosts is his name. Which that means the Sabbath of armies, which is the Sabbath of armies, which is the rest of armies. And those ordinances depart from before me, saith the Lord. Then the seed of Israel also shall cease from being a nation before me forever. Thus saith the Lord, if heaven above can be measured and the foundations of the earth searched out beneath, I will also cast off all the seed of Israel for all they have done, saith the Lord. Behold, the days come, saith the Lord, that the city shall be built to the Lord, from the tower of Hananel unto the gate of the corner. And the measuring line shall yet go forth over against it upon the hill Gareb, and shall compass about to God. And I can't find whole dead bodies and ashes in the fields of Kodron unto the corner. Goath.
Oh, Goath.
I'm trying to find where it says
freeing itself.
Yeah, free yourself. Let me see. Free yourself.
Oh, I think you, like what Paul said, why would you want to be trapped in the worldly, in the ways of the world with their weak and beggarly elements, right? That's somewhat according to what you said.
Absolutely, because anytime you mentally free yourself, you're gonna become physically free regardless.
Right.
I'm trying to see. It specifically tells us in a prophecy that you have to. It says free yourself. I can't remember if I can remember the key words. Thyself.
Oh man, I just came across some good scriptures. I share them with you. I'm just loading a couple of more. I think I'm close to finding that other one that I was telling you about. Let's see, the slave.
See, that's why I need a Bible expert on this joker too, because whenever I say something, they'd be like, "Oh, you talking about Jeremiah 33?" You know what I'm saying? They be knowing that. They be knowing that Bible backwards and forwards. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And I need some historians. I'm glad you quick with that looking up stuff though, because we had some good conversations on that stuff. That history of
yeah, man. I told you that's what I do for the most part. Like I seek to live a better life, man. So if all that extra stuff been in the way, we got to remove it. You know what I'm saying? That's what it's about. Like loving others, loving self, loving others, but without knowing who we are, it's like, what are we loving? Are we loving the American customs, the European way of life? You know what I'm saying? And then when I tried to live American way of life, I was corrupting myself, so I had to remove myself. Oh, this is what Isaiah is saying, Isaiah 58:6. Is this not the fast that I have chosen, to loose the bands of wickedness, to undo the heavy burdens, and to let the oppressed go free, and that ye break every yoke? You see that? The fasting is like breaking us free from cords that we may not even know that we were attached to. And it was like we were oppressing ourselves. So it says to let the oppressed go free. How can a fast let oppressed people go free? You see what I'm saying? It's like in self. Like some people were oppressing themselves because they were fed by the hands of the enemy or fed by this person or that person and kept themselves oppressed rather than growing food and doing things, according to the most high way. Okay, let's see. And then in Isaiah 1 and 17 says, learn to do well, seek judgment, relieve the oppressed, judge the fatherless, plead for the widow. You see?
Mm-hmm.
And let's see, what's this one right here? I think it was saying something about the voluntary. Okay. Oh, here you go. What Paul said. But now, after that ye have known God, or rather are known of God, how turn ye again to the weak and beggarly elements, whereunto ye desire again to be in bondage? So that basically proves that people put themselves in slavery. So he said, why are you going to turn back to the weak elements, of the world or the corrupt things where what you desire just to be in bondage again? That's in Galatians 4 and 9.
Uh-huh.
That's basically what he was saying. If you read another translation, it says, how can you turn back again to those powerless and bankrupt basic principles? Why would you want to be their slaves all over again? You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And then in 2 Peter, it says, they promise them freedom while they themselves are slaves to corruption. For a man is a slave to whatever has overcome him. That's in 2 Peter 2 and 19. You see, that's basically self-oppression. Like he was saying that the people that have been promising freedom are slaves themselves to corruption. Like America, how can they say they're the land of the free when they were founded on slavery? When their land was built based off of the free labor or servitude from slaves.
Right. It's all a marketing campaign. Make themselves look wonderful.
Yep. They got into their positions of power with their money and their currency, and then they started to give scraps to the descendants of the slaves that built the nation for free. After they got into their position, they got their independence and they got their certain level of wealth accrued with interest over the years with other nations they were trading and doing things with. Then they started to offer jobs in the systems that those slaves had built.
With their own money.
Yeah, the slaves built the warehouses and built the things.
Built the wealth.
Yeah, and then they made their ancestors, their descendants work on those
for the wealth that our ancestors built.
Right.
Listen.
And they still making money off of it. That's where the reparations got to come back.
That's why we need it, man.
Was that you who then you just have a KFC picture? I saw somewhere. I just wrote a book about it too. The Slave Mind book, man. You got to check it out. When I release it, I'll let you know.
Okay, but, great.
I'm talking about the KFC in there too. How they, it's a theory that Colonel Sanders stole his recipe from his slaves. And look how much money they making from that.
Money. And then their kids is working for pennies off the money that his slaves gave him.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, bro. See, now right here we got the Q&A on gold coming out of hiding. This is a woman who's sympathetic to the gold and other resources being in a trust locked away for no purpose. You know what I mean? Not being utilized for the benefit of mankind. You see, her name is Karen Hudes, Karenhudes. And she goes into a long, detailed, drawn out situation about bring the gold out of hiding. But this particular, communication is about, she just asking particular questions of when they're gonna do it, what they're gonna do, the who, what, when, where, why, and how.
Oh, there go Marcos right there too.
Where?
Did you see that? There go Wolfgang Struck.
Uh-huh.
There go Marcos right here, you see?
Hold on. Let me see it.
It's right there underneath what is the global debt facility. All the way at the bottom, like halfway cut off.
Oh.
It's underneath that.
There you go.
You see it?
What is the global debt facility? That is a trust fund established by Jose Rizal and his lawyer, Ferdinand Marcos. His lawyer, Ferdinand Marcos. Oh, okay. At the end of World War II.
Hold on. Jose Rizal wasn't even born, was he?
Yeah. Ferdinand Marcos. Yeah.
I'm saying
Rizal was 1800s.
That's what I'm saying. Oh, he might have been born. He might have still been there.
Ferdinand Marcos he died in the 80s or something like that.
No, I'm talking about Rizal.
Yeah, Rizal was in the 1800s who died in 1895 or something like that. So I'm trying to figure out how Ferdinand Marcos is so he's the lawyer for the trust. That is a trust fund established. It was established by Jose Rizal and his lawyer. So he must be the lawyer to Rizal's estate.
Okay. It's just the way it was worded, I guess.
Right. At the end of World War II. The trust contains the world's wealth, including 1,750,000 metric tons of gold and other precious metals, art, gems, and the title to land in the Philippines.
Solomon was playing, man.
Okay, Struck, the authorized signatory of the Global Debt Facility. So that's the new name. That's, you see, and anyone is allowed to speak to him about this, and it's got to be something that we can do, man. Karen Hudez, she has access to it too. She's a big wig in the banking, with the what you call them boys, the IMF, them boys. Yeah. See, they got about maybe about $1 trillion or $2, but the world's wealth, way stupid, make that look like a piece of dust. You see, a drop of a bucket. Right. Nothing is less than nothing.
While people been over here slaving and trying to build their own infrastructures, and all that money just sitting there ridiculous.
That's why it feels like to me it's waiting for us to mature.
Or the Most High just shake stuff up. We ain't even got to go talking. If the Most High just start striking them with lightning, they gonna know what it is.
That's exactly what it is. Because the only time it's gonna happen, they already seeing the destruction already. The Earth is already heating up like crazy. The whole solar system is heating up. You see,
right. It ain't nothing if they ain't got no life anyway.
There you go. See what I'm saying? What's it called at that park? Old Faithful in Yellowstone National Park. Old Faithful ain't Old Faithful no more. Old Faithful don't erupt on time like clockwork no more.
It's unfaithful.
It's being unfaithful.
Oh man.
You see, these volcanoes is erupting out the blue.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So they pissing the Father off, bro.
You saw the earthquakes. How about this? When the Bruce Jenner's interview went off, it was a huge earthquake in Nepal that killed the engineer for Google.
On that plane.
Billionaire.
On that plane. You talking about that plane, that Malaysian plane that got missing?
It was in Nepal. He died in an earthquake.
What?
Yeah, the same earthquake. But I'm saying the timing was right after the Bruce Jenner's thing.
Stop.
And then another earthquake happened like a week or two after that when it was the Pacquiao fight.
Oh man, see.
I'm saying the timing,
I don't
man.
even be, yeah, exactly. I don't even be keeping up with the doggone weather like I need to. You know what I'm saying?
Man, I've told folks something gonna happen. Something gonna happen after that. Something happen after that. Something happen after the next one. Something happen after that. And it happened. Like, I mean, huge earthquakes. Papua New Guinea was the one after the fight, and Nepal earthquake was the one after Bruce Jenner's. I would like the Most High hate that stuff. People so crowded around it, Christians talking about it so much. It's like they entertained by it and keeping them in they doing it. Like they spent.
You heard about the father's revenge on Tulsa, Oklahoma, didn't you?
Oh yeah, the Tulsa, Oklahoma bombing right after that is when the Great Depression hit.
I'm talking about that happened too. I ain't even know that. I'm talking about recently. That same city that had got well, it was only like 35 square blocks, but that's a lot. That's a big city, and it was uncalled for. So right after the gay pride parade in that city,
yeah,
that one tornado was like it was it was one tornado. It was like a category 5 or something. They was immeasurable. They couldn't even measure it. Yeah, destroyed half the city by itself and killed thousands of them.
With the gay pride parade going on?
After, right, the day after.
Man, that's what I'm saying. If we can't verbalize it and they ain't trying to listen, stuff like that happens. And that's sad. You know, it's funny, but it's sad.
Yes.
Did you see what happened to the homosexuals in I think it was somewhere in
China?
It was burnt up.
Yeah.
I was like, oh man, both sides ridiculous with it, man.
All right, you know, because that's the world's easiest sin to accept, other than lying. You know, but even when people lie, people kind of be like, well, you know, dang, you ain't supposed to be lying. You lied. They kind of get upset about that a little bit. But when it comes to homosexuality, they love it. They hope to see it. Men can't wait to see two women kissing. You see, the women be like, be yourself. You see what I'm saying? Like that's the easiest sin in the world for the wicked to accept. And they don't realize how damaging that is to them.
It messes up nature, man.
That's right. Yeah, it's messing up the earth.
One group got burnt. I'm not laughing at the situation because that's not funny. But the fact that
it's not funny to you.
You're not listening over and over and over and over and over to words being said and pictures being shown and just, I mean, it's so simple to know that it's not natural. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Not natural for humans, and it messes things up, and it's going against life, so it's self-hate.
Yeah,
they need to know that verbally.
And so many people sleep. They're like literally walking around asleep. They're just literally I mean, I can't even explain how slow people are. You know what I'm saying?
But it's that flesh thing. They put their trust in their flesh, their own desires leading them into corrupt places, and they following corrupt leaders that's allowing it. So, you know, Most High judging all of it.
Let's see what this say. Who else is claiming the world's gold? Crooks and imposters are trying to ignore the statute of limitations, which has eliminated any other claims on the world's gold after it was cloaked in secrecy for 50 years under the bilateral minefield breakthrough successor agreement.
Oh, she been reading, man. You see how she put that in them quotations?
Yeah, that's right. She knows this stuff real good, but she's European, so it's like, but she seems sympathetic to me, but at the same time, why ain't you tell? I ain't never heard not one of these sympathizer people They try to make themselves look like they all sympathetic about something, right?
Yeah.
Why you ain't never said out in public that the African Americans are Israelites? Now, I gotta hand it to one clown. What's his name? Alex Jones. He did 3 or 4 shows with a Jewisher on the show saying that the Jews in Israel are not Israelites whatsoever. They're Khazarians and all that whole history of how they got there and all that stuff.
Oh
3
yeah,
or 4
they
shows.
would defend us too. Like that's why I was like, some of them don't like, the wars and the chaos and the turmoil. Some of them are righteous and they try to live right, so they would expose their own kind just to have peace.
Well, I'm gonna tell you how uncomfortable he was though, because he faked. He kept saying, "Yeah, because you got the Falashas and the Sephardim are Jews." He just tried to just blatantly just name 2 dark-skinned Jewish people who claim to be Jewish, right? The Sephardim, who don't even look African American at all. They don't look Ethiopian at all. They just look like very super tan Jewish people. Yeah. And then you got the Ethiopians who are clearly. Some people say, like Mikael Ben Israel, he say that the Falashas are Israelites. I don't know how true that is. I'm a reserve judgment till he show me that they're Israelites. But in my view, I can't see them as being Israelites right at this in my ignorant state of mind right now. You see what I'm saying? I can't see it happening because if that was the case, then old buddy would be legitimate. The emperor would be a legitimate Israelite emperor over the Israelite kingdom, but he ain't.
But I mean, he couldn't really rule over the Israelites if they trying to sneak their way in it, like you said.
That's exactly. And he's claiming this is where these boys fail every time. The Israelite, the famous Israelites, right?
Yeah.
In America. They fail every time when they try to say that Jesus is a son of Solomon. Right. And the way they make him the son of Solomon is by making him the son of Joseph. Okay, so if Solomon's throne is still intact, then you making the Ethiopian emperor, you're legitimizing him once again because he's the legitimate from corner to corner on the earth. All the rulers consider him the throne of Solomon right to this day.
Who is that? The Ethiopian king?
Yeah, the Ethiopian emperor. Haile Selassie Jr.
Yeah, is he still alive?
He's still alive. He's probably about 48, 49, something like that.
Nah, he got to be way older than 49, man.
He's a young guy.
Hold on, let me see. Haile. He look old. How you spell his name? Do you know?
I don't know. Let me look him up right fast.
Let me just see Ethiopian
emperor today. Young guy.
No, it says Haile Selassie was 63.
Man, you talking about some other guy.
No, I'm talking about it. Let me see. It say he made a speech in 1963, so he got to be kind of old, man.
You looking at a black and white picture, bro.
Let me see. Haile Selassie.
I'm finna show you right now. The Culprits of Slavery is in my album right here.
Unless he got a junior or something.
That's what I just told you.
Oh, his son.
Yeah.
Okay. That makes sense. Because the one I'm looking at, that's the pictures I usually see of him, with the beard, the full beard and the mustache connected.
Yeah, the short guy. His son kind of, got a normal height to him. Haile Selassie was very short. Okay, so Here you go. I'm gonna show you right here.
Hold on, let me see.
This clown is recognized by the whole earth as the one sitting on King Solomon's throne. And the reason that is ridiculous is because King Solomon lost the throne by building idols to his wife or wives. Here you go, right here. With them two clowns. They all in secret societies saying that let's make Israel no longer a nation. Let's wipe their name off the face of the earth.
Oh, that's him in the middle?
Yeah.
Okay.
His Imperial Highness Prince Ermias Selassie, Haile Selassie, President of the Crown Council. Oh, they call him the president now. Council of Ethiopia.
Okay, I see they council right there with the Europeans. So he kind of sold out. Now you know, right. Trusting sons with the kingdom, man, is deep.
These people, man.
That's why I was saying every son ain't the same as their daddy, man.
I promise you. That's why I keep giving this man the benefit of the doubt, because I know good and well any other ruler would give their fortune to their kids no matter how ridiculous they are.
Yeah.
What I'm looking for? Damn, I forgot what I was trying to look up.
Yeah, Pops was sharp, man, when he wearing them suits and them crowns, man.
No children. Childless. I'm gonna look up childless here.
So they tried to link that to the seed of Solomon to throw off the tension.
Man, these people are crazy. They're completely insane. Okay, so listen here. Childless. See this right here? See?
What's that?
See this right here?
Hold on, let me see.
See, this man, because of Solomon, Solomon lost the throne. Okay, but he said, my throne will not leave from David. So the throne of David went to Nathan. Okay, he said, is this man Coniah a despised broken idol? Is he a vessel wherein is no pleasure? Wherefore are they cast out, he and his seed, and are cast into a land which they know not? O earth, 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 hear the word of the Lord. You know he's serious when he says stuff like that 3 times, right?
Right.
Thus said the Lord, write ye this man childless, a man that shall not prosper in his days, for no man and of his seed shall prosper, sitting upon the throne of David and ruling any more in Judah.
Oh, so that's what you're saying as far as the link to Jesus, like they try to say he was born of the seed of Solomon.
Yeah, this is Jesus, one of Jesus' ancestors, Coniah.
You know what I'm saying?
I mean, this is one of my fault. This is one of Joseph's ancestors, Coniah, and Coniah is the son of. I'm finna show you. Is the son of Solomon.
Okay.
And Solomon lost the throne whenever he built the idol for his wife.
Are you saying that like the genealogy of Jesus, is that saying that he's not the son of Joseph, right? According to that.
That's right, because Jesus is the super king. And he's on the throne of David.
I'm trying to see what scripture you just had it on, Jeremiah something.
Jeremiah.
The first one was said about the
Jeremiah 22.
Okay.
Jeremiah 22:28.
But does this say that the genealogy of Jesus goes back to Conia?
The genealogy of Jesus is in Matthew and Luke.
Right.
So you got Matthew 1 right here, the book of generation of Jesus, the son of David, the son of Abraham. Abraham begat Isaac, Isaac begat Jacob, Jacob begat Judas and his brethren.
Hold on. Judas. Are they talking about Judah?
Yeah, Judah. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Judah and Judas is the same name.
That's exactly right. And Jude is the same name as well.
Oh man, that's deep right there, man. I just found out something.
Yes, sir. And Judah begat Pharez and Zerah and Tamar, and Pharez begat Ezra. Ezra begat Aaron. Aaron begat Amminadab, Nasan begat Simon. Simon begat Boaz. It says booze here, Boaz. Here.
Booze.
Booze of Rakhab. Yeah. And Booz begat Obed of Ruth, and Obed begat Jesse, and Jesse begat David the king, and David begat Solomon of her that had been the wife of Urias. Okay.
What? Oh, that's King James.
That's right. And see, Urias, Urias was the one that David had bodied on the front line.
Right.
So that's probably why Solomon had the predisposition to go off like that. And
that's why I ask you, because it says David the king begat Solomon of her that had been the wife of Uriah. That the King James version make that specific.
This ain't the King James version? Yeah, this King James version.
That's what I'm saying.
It don't say that in other versions?
No, let me see real quick. Let me make sure. It may say it, but I ain't really, I ain't really look at it like that. But let's see, Matthew 1. What is that? 1 and 6. But it's the New King James version, so it's about the same anyway.
Say the same thing.
Yeah, the New King James version.
Okay. And Solomon begat Rehoboam. Rehoboam begat Abiah. Abiah begat Asa. Asa begat Josaphat. Josaphat begat Joram. Joram begat Ozias. Ozias begat Jotham. Jotham begat Achaz. Achaz begat Ezekias. Ezekias begat Manasseh. And Manasseh fell off. And Manasseh begat Amon. Amon begat Josiah. Josiah begat Jeconias. That's Coniah.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. How? Go ahead and finish the genealogy. Then let's talk about that.
Jeconias and his brethren, about the time they were carried away to Babylon. Okay, and after they were brought to Babylon, Jeconiah begat Salatiel, and Salatiel begat Zerubbabel, and Zerubbabel begat Abiud, and Abiud begat Elikim, and Elikim begat Azor. Azor begat Sadak. Sadak begat Akim, and Akim begat Eliud. Eliud begat Eleazar. Eleazar begat Matthew, or they call it Mathan, and Mathan begat Jacob, and Jacob begat Joseph, the husband of Mary, of whom was born Jesus, who is called Christ. So Jacob begat Joseph, the husband of Mary, and Mary is the of whom was born Jesus.
But it says begat Joseph, the husband of Mary, of whom was born Jesus, who is called Christ.
So yeah, Joseph's father was named Jacob.
Joseph, the husband of Mary. Now, is that separating them? That's a big question. Like it says, Joseph, the husband of Mary, when it says of whom was born Jesus, is it talking about just Mary or Joseph and Mary? You see what I'm saying?
Well, yeah. I mean, it can be misconstrued that way. However, knowing the reality of the situation, whereas Mary's lineage is in Luke, then you really it makes it clear that it's only talking about Mary in this particular verse.
Okay.
So we go to Luke 3 and look at her lineage right fast.
Because I talked to some Hebrew Israelites and different people that say that Joseph had to be his father due to the lineage, you know.
Yeah, that's the famous Israelites. That's their fame to claim, is that they sound different by saying that, and it's more believable because he had a mother and father with their carnalistic mind frame. You see.
I mean, he called himself the Son of Man. And then he also expressed to his disciples and to different people, the multitudes, that John the Baptist was one of the greatest men, if not the greatest, among those born of woman.
So you want me to prove
that
Joseph is not Jesus' father? I can do that very instantly.
I mean, from what, if you can present things that are factual and that I can
do it right now.
Well, good. Let's look through it, because you know it's still a question in my heart, because let me tell you why. For one, we see how the Roman Catholics had displayed Mary as some idol, and they start worshiping Mary and because of her immaculate conception. So the immaculate conception with the Romans, to me, is a fraud with what they believe. So if Christians follow that, then
but see, y'all be judging a little too quickly, bro. Have you ever read
the way they do it? And
listen to what I'm saying, man.
They worship
listen very clearly. Listen very clearly now. Have you ever read the Immaculate Conception? Because the virgin birth is not the Immaculate Conception.
No, I'm saying the Immaculate Conception according to the virgin birth. As far as
no, that's not. They're two different things. That's what I just told you.
No, I'm saying the virgin birth, right? In accordance to the Immaculate Conception, concerning what Christians and Romans believe Mary to be, and who Jesus to be according to a virgin birth. You see what I'm saying? And the things that they set up as statues and they've been idolizing.
Listen.
Look how it's linked right there. The Virgin Mary in her mother's womb, or blessed Virgin Mary in her mother's womb. I see what you're saying. Like, as far as I don't believe what they believe in that.
How can you when you never read it before?
No, I studied some of that too.
Okay, now let me read this. The Immaculate Conception, according to the teaching of the Catholic Church, was the conception of the blessed Virgin Mary in her mother's womb, free from original sin by virtue of the foreseen merits of her son, Jesus Christ.
Right.
So it don't have nothing to do with the virgin birth.
It says right there, blessed Virgin Mary in her mother's womb, free from original sin. So it's linked into a Virgin Mary. That's what I'm saying. So I was saying in accordance to the Immaculate Conception, what they believe. Like that right here, it says they believe she was free from original sin in order for Jesus to come through her womb. So
you got to study stuff before you come to a conclusion, is what I'm trying to tell you. So the Immaculate Conception, that's how I know you never read it before, because the Immaculate Conception is not the virgin birth. They're two separate instances.
I just said they are.
Immaculate Conception is the birth of Mary.
I'm talking about the Immaculate Conception.
The virgin birth is the birth of Christ.
It's all tied in together. That's what I'm telling you.
Yeah, because that's his mother. Of course, they're tied in together. But listen,
that's what I'm saying.
Look
what I've been saying the whole time.
All right, look, now I know another thing that you probably are unaware of. Now, what came first? Luke, in order of events, as far as the birth of Jesus Christ. What came first, the Luke version or the Matthew version?
The Luke version or the Matthew version?
Mm-hmm. Or the birth of Christ.
I mean, what do you mean? Like, which came first? Like, who wrote
it chronologically?
I mean, that's a weird question, because there's too many variables.
Let me answer it for you. In Luke, you got Mary, remember when Mary went to stay with Elizabeth?
In Luke.
In Luke.
Right.
And Elizabeth was pregnant with John the Baptist. Right. Okay. So Mary went to stay with Luke with Elizabeth, which is her cousin, and she was already pregnant with John the Baptist. Okay. So
Elizabeth.
There you go. Now when Mary got there, the Holy Spirit leaped into Elizabeth's belly, into John the Baptist. Okay, so that's what that was about. And the reason that Mary went to live with Elizabeth is because her husband, her betrothed husband, engaged husband, Joseph, was away at work for 3 months.
Where is that at?
That's in Luke. You want me to? I got to show you that too.
I mean, if you could show me that.
Okay.
So what I'm saying about the Immaculate Conception in correlation or in accordance to the virgin birth is that the precepts or the timeline goes together as far as who Mary is. If she had a virgin birth, which means that, you know, the virgin birth goes different ways, because any woman who was a virgin and has a baby as a virgin, or that was her first baby or first husband, had a virgin birth. You see what I'm saying? And then when we tied into the Immaculate Conception, that is what makes it seem like she didn't have any contact with Joseph or didn't have a physical birth like the rest of the humans. So that's why I was saying their concept of the virgin birth with the Immaculate Conception
is logical. Oh, you talking about is the Catholic? The Catholic is illogical, is irrational, but the Israelites is logical.
From their beliefs, because they believe in things like Hercules, God, you know, God men, half God. They were already practicing those things and telling those stories.
Right.
That's why I was saying, in order to be 100% accurate and true, we still have to look at the lineages or the lines of David. Like what some Hebrew Israelites would say is that him being the son of man means that he was born from a man, and that he had to come from Joseph, because that line of David was with Joseph and not with Mary.
Okay. Yeah, I understand the logic. Now listen to Luke 1:39. And Mary arose in those days and went into the hill country with haste into a city of Judah, and entered into the house of Zacharias.
Okay.
And saluted Elizabeth. And it came to pass that when Elizabeth heard the salutation of Mary, the babe leaped in her womb, and Elizabeth was filled with the Holy Ghost.
Mm-hmm.
And she spake out with a loud voice and said, Blessed art thou among women, and blessed is the fruit of your womb. And whence is this to me, that the mother of my Lord should come to me? For lo, as soon as the voice of your salutation sounded in my ears, the babe leaped in my womb for joy. And blessed is she that believed, for there shall be a performance of those things which were told her from the Lord. And Mary said, My soul doth magnify the Lord, and my spirit hath rejoiced in God my Savior. For he hath regarded the low estate of his handmaiden. See how she lowered herself to raise up the Father? For behold, from henceforth all generations shall call me blessed. For he that is mighty hath done to me great things, and holy is his name. And his mercy is on them that fear him from generation to generation. He hath showed strength with his arm. He hath scattered the proud in the imagination of their hearts. He hath put down the mighty of their seats, and exalted them of low degree. He hath filled the hungry with good things, and the rich he hath sent empty away. He hath holpen his servant Israel. That means helped. He has helped his servant Israel. I like to read this in English, but it's all good. In remembrance of his mercy, as he spoke to our fathers, to Abraham, and to his seed forever. And Mary abode with her about 3 months, and returned to her own house. Now Elizabeth's full time came that she should be delivered, and she brought forth a son. And then they named him John. Okay, so she is away from, Joseph is out working in the field somewhere. And she spent 3 months with Elizabeth because she was a young girl, about 15 years old or something like that. Okay. So he's gone for 3 months.
Mm-hmm.
And when you come over here to Matthew, you find out that Jesus was born on this wise. Where is it at?
You said in Matthew?
Now, Matthew 1:18. Now, the birth of Jesus Christ was on this wise. That means it happened this way. When as his mother Mary was engaged to Joseph, before they came together, she was found.
But now, that's right there. Before they came together. Now, that could be interpreted as sexual or a ceremony.
That's correct.
That's what I'm saying. Like, we have to be sure about it. Like, I don't want to follow one side or the other side. I'd rather be sure. So I'm not fully denouncing either side until we have surety. Like, you can give me your understanding of it, somebody else give me theirs, but at the same time, I'm not trying to lean on he was born of a virgin without Joseph if that's not what it is. You see what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
And I feel like we're entitled to feel that way and to seek things out thoroughly.
Of course, absolutely. Now, let's use your scenario of this is they already had sex. And
that ain't my scenario, man. It's something that I heard and I'm looking into. That's what
okay, well, let's use their scenario of they already had sex and she was found with a child of the Holy Ghost. Let's use that scenario. She had already had sex with Joseph, which no Israelite on earth will ever tell you that they had sex before Matthew 1:18. They say the very first time he ever had sex with Mary is right here.
Mm-hmm.
When then Joseph, being raised from his sleep, did as the angel told him and bid him, and took it unto him his wife. After he came home from work and found her pregnant, and then we're going to say that he had already had sex with her and found her pregnant. Some people say she cheated on him.
I think that's
these severely holy people are being wicked.
But that's the thing. They say before he came in, let's see, where we at? And she was, before they came together, she was found with child of the Holy Spirit. Now, when Joseph, her husband, being a just man, he didn't want to make her a public example. Some people have taught me that he felt like she had slept with somebody else because she was pregnant. But at the same time, it means to me like their custom, they may not have followed through all the customs that the Israelites were practicing. So if they did have sex and she was pregnant, he would have tried to hide her from the scribes and Pharisees. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely.
So that's one scenario, but the scenario that
that is only a legitimate scenario amongst wicked people.
No, I'm saying not saying that she had sex with someone else, but she had sex with her husband.
That's what I'm telling you. I'm saying that in order for them to have sex before the marriage chamber and all that stuff, mm-hmm. that is against the law, and he would be in trouble too. He can't just put her away by himself.
What Jesus taught, he taught what marriage was. He said a man leave his mother and father and cleave to his wife. All those extra customs and stuff, he was saying they were doing wrong anyway. he came and revealed what they were doing and teaching wrong, and that was contrary to what the Most High had already established. So if they ain't follow customs that they ain't have to follow, then that's a problem for those people. You see what I'm saying? Because right here it says, before, when they were betrothed, it's still called Joseph her husband. So even if they didn't fulfill all those customs,
that's because they were engaged. They had made a contract, a verbal contract, to get married based on her father giving her away to Joseph. So they're husband and wife automatically. But she was too young. What you find out when you study this is that she was too young to have sex with. Joseph was close to 100 years old and she was 12. She grew up in the temple from 12 to 15. When she got out of 15 years old, Joseph took her. They brought like 10 or 15 holy men of the kingdom, and Joseph won her. Didn't want her, but won her, and she was placed into his care until she got a well enough age to have sex with.
I ain't read all that, man. I'm trying to go out.
Okay, well, I understand that, but you know what I'm saying? I'm just telling you, since you making up stuff that's not in the Bible, since you making up stuff that's not in the Bible, man. I got to tell you I got to tell you from a script that a real Israelite record.
I'm saying it's right here in the book. If we go based off of what's right here, it still can go different ways. So if we're rooting out the ways that we shouldn't go, that's good.
But there ain't no words that say that Joseph had sex with her until you can misinterpret Matthew 1:24.
If you can't show me where it says he didn't, then we at a standstill until we get to the.
It does say that he didn't, right? All over the place. Let me.
It says before they came together. That doesn't say before they had sex.
Okay, well, if you stop getting caught up on one thing, I can show you.
I'm just making sense of it, man.
Okay, all right. Let me help you out here then. Making sense, man. Let me see. Let me see. Not known a man.
I think Luke.
Don't even try it. Don't even try it.
What?
If you know these things, then why in the world would you tell me?
No, I'm saying the part to confirm what we talking about in Matthew. The part to confirm before they came together. And he calls Joseph her husband, and we're talking about the lineage as far as the genealogy of Jesus Christ through Joseph or Mary. Like either way, he was born of a man.
What?
Whether it's Joseph or Mary, so there's no way around that. You see what I'm saying? So why would he just choose a woman rather than a man's seed that was clearly from the line of Abraham?
No, it's not. It don't got nothing to do with Abraham, bro. Abraham is the father of Ishmael, Isaac, Esau, and Jacob.
That's why I went back.
Jacob received a new covenant. Remember?
Huh?
Remember
if Jesus was born through.
Remember when Jacob wrestled with the angel?
Right.
He got a new covenant, right?
Right.
Okay, so he got a covenant as well, a contract with the Father himself.
I'm saying
which was a different contract with Abraham than Abraham.
But they call Jesus the promise of Abraham, right? A lot of people in the Bible actually says that in I think Acts or Hebrews somewhere. The promise of Abraham. They say it was Jesus. In that seed.
Well, you gotta show me that.
In which all nations were blessed. Let me see. I think it's Hebrews.
Well, yeah, that's the fulfillment of his covenant, that all nations will be blessed through his seed, Christ. But Jacob got his own covenant.
No, I'm saying Joseph and Mary. if Christ was born from just Mary, right? It would still be linked to Adam or to Abraham, and he would be the son of man, like he called himself, right? That's what I'm getting clarity of.
Well, yeah, he was a human, bro. He's the son of him, son of man. Man is woman and men.
That's my
male
question.
And female.
What's the difference if he was born from Joseph and Mary?
The difference is that he would not be a legitimate king.
From Joseph's line.
Right. Because Solomon lost the throne.
Right?
Huh?
From what we read earlier about that seed, you said in Jeremiah 22, I think.
There you go. It says that Jeconiah is childless from this day forth forever. So Jeconiah's descendant is Joseph.
Okay.
So the father looks at Jeconiah as childless, disowned, useless. He doesn't have kids. So if Jesus is Jeconiah's child,
yeah,
then the father would not recognize him.
Oh, see, that's deep. That's what I'm asking. That makes sense.
There you go. All right.
That's a revelation in itself, man.
Yeah. There you go. Now I'm trying to figure out where it says, "How can this be? I have not known a man."
Let me take note, because that's deep for when going back and forth and people question it on either side. Jeremiah 22 and 28, right?
And see, yeah, and only the famous Israelites teach that Joseph is the father. There are about 20 lesser known Israelite schools that teach that Mary is the only parent. Mary and the father himself.
But do you see what I'm saying about the puffed up women and those what they call them, Kemet spiritualist groups and all those?
But that's important. That's important because you're not supposed to be degrading women to the extent that that people degrade women.
What you
that's
mean?
Insane.
No, I'm saying as far as putting them on higher pedestals than men because
if we were to travel 300 years into the future, okay, and the Joseph is the father Israelites rule the world, the entire world would look like a Muslim kingdom where you could just beat any woman you want on the street, you can rape any woman you want anywhere, anytime, any place. No problem, because the men rule everything. The brotherhood. That's how it's gonna look. So that's why in another place said, well, no, it's not in this one, but it's in another Israelite record where Jesus said, because you notice how all the men kept going against the women. Women kept going against the women. But who did Jesus reveal himself to first? He revealed himself to the women. So the women went and told the men didn't believe a word they said. So they went to the sepulcher themselves and saw it for themselves and said, oh man, why did he reveal himself to women? I don't understand why he does these type of things. It's because women should not be so super oppressed as they are or were until just recently when the lesbians freed all the women. Women are too oppressed. Once when they have the mind of Christ, they should be equal. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but you got to look at the Christians. The Christian view has seemed to keep women oppressed.
The Christian view is to keep women oppressed.
No, it has seemed to keep women oppressed where they can't speak in churches. Like I talk to a lot of women, and they tell me like, why women can't teach?
Yeah, because women are they are insane when they don't have the mind of Christ. They're way more disruptive than men when they don't have the mind of Christ. You see a normal guy who don't have the mind of Christ, just walking around, just being himself. He's not going to sit there and act super crazy in church. Women talk too damn much when they don't have the mind of Christ.
Man,
they're unruly, disruptive. They're severely violent. Women are way more violent than men. The problem is they're so much weaker than us physically that they just, you know, when you see a woman beating up a guy, it don't really faze you that much because you see they ain't doing no damage. But a guy hit a woman one time, everybody in the world is gonna bank that man because they're the weaker vessel. They have the weaker body. But I can't find it. But in one part it says, Mary said, because Gabriel, that's what, if I could look up Gabriel, look you up right fast.
Oh man.
Oh man. Look you up right fast. Yeah, there we go. Angel answering unto him, I am Gabriel that stand in the presence of God and am sent to speaking unto thee and to show thee these glad tidings. And behold, thou shalt be dumb and not able to speak until the day that's for John. I mean, John's dad.
That's right.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see here. I'm trying to see where he came to Mary.
You know, and that's what keep a lot of Muslims tied to Christianity. The same angel.
Yeah.
That's how they started. It seemed to start both religions. Like they started to worship Jesus. They started to worship Muhammad, and they try to say that Muhammad is their last prophet. I had a long conversation about it. I said, how can he be the last prophet when prophecy is a thing of time and time hasn't stopped? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So I was like,
but he never prophesied anything. All he said was, I'm gonna conquer this land over here. And he bodied a whole bunch of Israelites. So that in itself, when I found that out, I said, hold up. I know the Father, I know how he do now. I know, you know what I'm saying, people went off, but here's the situation.
Mm-hmm.
We fled, our ancestors fled Israel into Africa where the Muslims were at, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they obeyed the Father because he said that when you see Jerusalem surrounded by armies, flee to the mountains. That means get out of Dodge, go get out of the way. So they went to Africa. Okay, so if they were obedient, how in the world?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
that's what I was saying. How it linked to the Crusades.
I'm saying the Muslims could have been you know, acting on behalf of the Father. I don't know, but
that's what I was saying.
I'm up in the air on Islam. I don't like it at this current time, but
you gotta think
that's
about
after long research. You know what I'm saying? But it could be personal.
Prophesied about the temple being destroyed and the Romans who ruled over. This is what I feel. It was punishment to the Jews who crucified Christ and to the Romans who allowed the crucifixion, you know, who allowed it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like they were thrown down. Their power was shaken by the Islamic, you know, by Islam or the Muslims. And they had to split some of their territories up with Ishmael.
Okay.
So they had
let me. I don't want to get off topic because Islam is a whole nother ball of wax for me. And you know,
it's a whole nother story.
I think I might be taking it a little too personal. Here we go on the 6th. In the 6th month, and in the 6th month of what? The year. In the 6th month, the angel Gabriel was sent from God unto a city of Galilee named Nazareth, which is named after an ancient, to a virgin espoused to a man whose name was Joseph. So he's to we're gonna use they definition of virgin, a young lady who has had plenty of sex before. A spouse. They say that virgin means a young lady. It don't mean that she has not had sex.
Who said that? The Hebrew?
Yeah, the famous Israelites that say Joseph is the father.
But not the original custom don't say that, right?
Of course not.
Right.
No, the reality is a virgin is an unsexed person.
Right, a virgin.
Man or woman. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so it came to a virgin that was engaged to a man whose name was Joseph of the house of David through Solomon. And the virgin's name was Mary. And the angel came in. Oh, my fault. Luke 127, 128. You there?
See that though? It classifies Joseph as the house of David or the house of David.
Of course.
That's
what he is.
That's what I'm saying. Like if he's from the line of David, right there it says Joseph is classified as the house of David.
Of course. That's what he is. Mary is at the house of David too.
But it don't classify her as that.
It does classify her as that in Luke 3.
Okay, Luke 3. Let's see.
Wait, you don't want me to get to this part, huh? You going what you feel kind of embarrassed or something?
No, man, I'm looking at Luke 3 too. It says she's from the tribe of Levi.
Why you gonna skip over there?
Huh?
Stick to the topic at hand, bro.
We rolling. What's going on? What's going on?
Okay, so we're trying to find out. You said, tell me where it says that she never had sex.
Okay.
And we're in Luke 128. And the angel came in unto her and said, hail, thou that art highly favored. Now, if you want to say a woman, a young lady who had sex before is highly favored for some odd reason.
Oh, no, I don't believe that.
Okay, no, I'm talking to the Joseph the father Israelites.
I'm saying if Joseph is the father and she was a virgin when she met Joseph, it's still a virgin birth if she have a child as a virgin. That's what I'm saying.
I understand what you're saying. You're saying it's the first. You're saying it's the first child. I understand that, bro. I get you.
That's more
you can say that, but that's actually magic.
You know what I'm saying? It's more believable than she had sex with.
I understand. You can keep repeating it until it becomes true to you, but I'm trying to get to the part where she says she never had sex.
Okay.
And the angel came to her and said, thou art highly favored. The Lord is with you. Blessed art thou among women. And when she saw him, she was troubled at his saying, and cast in her mind what manner of salutation this should be. And the angel said unto her, oh, fear not, Mary, for thou hast found favor with God. And behold, thou shalt conceive in your womb, and bring forth a son, and shall call his name Jesus. And he shall be great, and shall be called the Son of the Highest. And the Lord God shall give unto him the throne of his father David. And he shall reign over the house of Jacob forever. And of his kingdom there shall be no end. Then said Mary unto the angel, how shall this be, seeing I know not a man? So in the mind of Joseph with the father, is like they already had sex. But here she said, how's that possible when I never had sex? You still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, I'm just making sure, because I can't see that part.
To the angel, how can this be, since I do not know a man?
And the angel answered and said unto her, the Holy Ghost shall come upon thee. Not Joseph. And then another gentleman that knows that Joseph is not the father asked Joseph is the father Israelite, is Joseph the Holy Ghost? And of course, you know, the conversation went crazy, and he went insane. The devil jumped into him, and he went crazy. He said, well, that don't got nothing to do with nothing. But yeah, it does, because the angel said that the Holy Ghost shall come upon you. The power of the highest shall overshadow you. The power of the Most High, who created the heavens and the earth, shall overshadow you.
Like when it overshadowed Jesus when he was talking on the mountain.
There you go.
But I see what they're saying. Like it's kind of sideways. Like it's saying either way it go, a baby can be born of the Holy Spirit. Like Jeremiah was appointed to be who he is before he was born. But he was born through a man and a woman. You see, so it was still appointed birth from the Most High for him to be born who he was. He said, I knew you before you were born. You know, and he appointed him to be who he was. So when I take that into consideration and read this, it sounds somewhat parallel. Like he was appointed and he was born through the Virgin Mary, but it's still like the Most High, you know, the Most High
has more power than people think. And behold, your cousin Elizabeth, she has also conceived a son in her old age. And as an Israelite record about her specifically, that she was barren and prayed to have her womb opened up, just like Abraham's wife, Sarah, had prayed to have her womb opened up. And this is the 6th month of her with her, who was called barren. See, she was barren. And so she had to have her womb opened up. She couldn't have children until she prayed to the Father, and the Father answered her prayer. And her womb was opened up and she got pregnant, and it's the 6th month of her birth when the angel Gabriel is telling her that you're getting ready to have a child. And she said, how is this possible when I never had sex before? For with God, nothing shall be impossible. So just having sex, normal sex with your husband, your rightful husband, your legitimate husband, there's nothing to ponder about impossibilities.
Okay,
go ahead.
Oh, in 37?
Yeah, 37.
Okay, so for with God, nothing will be impossible.
So why would it be so mind-boggling that you're about to have sex with your own legitimate husband?
I mean, when we're looking at what it says now, indeed, Elizabeth, your relative, has also conceived a son in her old age, and this is now the 6th month for her who was called barren. But with God, nothing will be impossible. So he was saying the Holy Spirit will come upon her, and the power of the highest will overshadow her, and the Holy One that is to be born will be called the Son of God. So the impossible part right here is saying like the Holy Spirit coming upon her, the power of the highest overshadowing her, and the Holy One who is to be born was going to be called the Son of God, and that's not impossible to the Creator. But it doesn't necessarily.
That's all. I like that remix, but no, it don't work. It don't work that way. It don't work that way.
I wouldn't be born from her and Joseph having a child.
No, she said, how am I going to have a child without having sex?
She ain't have sex yet. It's just like Adam. Abraham.
Wait. Did I hear you just right? Did I hear you right? You said she didn't have sex yet?
I said if she didn't have sex yet, it's just like Abraham and Isaac. Before Abraham and Sarah had a child, the Lord came to them and told them they was going to have a child.
Right.
She was laughing at the Lord, Sarah.
That's because she was barren.
That's what I'm saying. This right here said the same thing. Who was barren?
Elizabeth was barren.
I'm saying it compared Elizabeth as an impossible act that could happen with God.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. So if Mary and Joseph didn't have sex yet, it doesn't say that they didn't make the child. That's what I'm saying.
Yes, it does, because it says right here that Elizabeth is in her 6 months. She's 6 months pregnant
Right.
Then Mary lived with her for 3 months. And then as soon as John was born, Mary was already found to be pregnant. Okay. Still no sex involved nowhere.
Okay, we're looking at the time now. Let's see that.
Okay. Luke 1:36.
36. No, I'm saying the 3 months.
Okay, so she's 6 months pregnant. Right. And then you got Elizabeth. She stayed with her for 3 months. And Mary abode with her for about 3 months and returned to her own house.
Okay, I see that.
Now Elizabeth's full time came. That's 9 months.
Right.
And delivered a son. So now Mary's back at her house. That's when Matthew picks up. Joseph comes home and sees that Mary is pregnant.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
When did the sex happen?
I mean, where does it say Joseph come home and see that Mary was pregnant?
Okay.
It says that while he thought on those things, behold, an angel of the Lord, while he thought on those things, which was saying that Joseph, her husband, being a just man, not wanting to make her a public example, was minded to put her away secretly. Is it because she was pregnant by someone else? He didn't know it was his baby? Or is it because they didn't come together customarily with all the customs of Israel?
You still ain't showing me that they had sex, bro.
But you ain't showing me that they didn't.
I just showed you.
That ain't showing me that they didn't.
It's not. When she just said...
You're gonna have to come with it, man, because that ain't.
I can't come with it if you ignoring the pattern. I just showed it.
I'm not ignoring that. I took that into consideration. I'm not letting go.
Taking something into consideration when the man she just said. Just said right here. Why?
Then that she know not a man, but then we going back to that through.
Moving too fast because this is like overwhelming to your mind.
No, man, it's real.
So calm down for a second. Remain calm, right?
I think it's too much.
Listen, if you just, for me,
yes.
If you just listen to the words instead of interjecting your own idea of what happened.
Let's listen to the words. Come on.
Okay. Then said Mary unto the angel, how shall this be that I have a child, seeing I know not a man? That means she has not yet had sex.
Okay.
Okay, so this is right in the same situation where Elizabeth is 6 months pregnant and Mary went to live with her. Doing the same story. Mary went to live with her. She's not had sex. Mary's living with her now for 3 months.
Okay.
Mary abode with her about 3 months. That's when the angel Gabriel came to her and told her she's about to have a child. And she said, how, when I never had sex? So now she's living with Elizabeth while Joseph is gone. There's nobody to have sex with unless she had sex with Elizabeth's husband, Zacharias. But reality will prove that did not happen. So she was with her for 3 months and went home. Okay. So now when she went home, they continued talking about, the circumcision of John and this, that, and the third. Okay, now, and the naming of John. Then it picks up to where Joseph comes home. Joseph comes home and she was found with a child in her belly. Right after she went home, Joseph goes home. Joseph goes home because he's done working. Unless she found somebody on the side of the road while she was on the way walking back home. And what we find out in reality, her being a holy person, she did not do that. Holy people don't even think that way.
Mm.
Now, if you want a scientific explanation, I got that for you too. But I mean, the words is clear right here. She did not have sex. How is this possible? I'm not gonna have sex. Anything for God is possible. Okay, I'm living with my cousin Elizabeth with her husband. I'm not gonna have sex with her husband because the law says don't have sex with your cousin's husband. Do not commit adultery. All these different things that they held in a very serious regard because, you know, they didn't only just divorce people, they stoned people to death too. They didn't have a problem with that any second of the day, just like you see today around the world. Happens all the time. Especially happened back then.
Right, and this right here, what it says that she would conceive. So it's spoken to the future, says, and behold, you will conceive in your womb and bring forth a son, and shall call his name Jesus. So that right there, you will conceive. That means that she didn't conceive it yet.
Right.
In the 6th month when the angel came to her.
Right.
And then she said, how can this be since I do not know a man? So that right there says she didn't.
So it doesn't show us the account of the Holy Spirit overshadowing her, but another Israelite record does show that account, and it also shows the account of his birth, which is not in the canon. So in the account of his birth, which is not in the canon, it says that Mary didn't even feel any pain having birth. And then remember that old man that said that prayed to live until the birth of the Holy Son. You probably don't remember that guy, but it was a man that had prayed.
Luke 2:26.
There you go. He said, "Man, let me live to see the birth of the Son." So then when he finally held him in his hands, he died. The Magi said, "Oh, the birth of the King is here," and all this, that, and third, and went and bowed themselves and gave him gifts and stuff like this right here. You know what I'm saying? This ain't just a normal man and woman having legitimate sex before the marriage chamber, which would cause extreme trouble for them. They could be stoned to death. You see here, and this, that, and the third. So
I'm looking for the other part too. It says
in the other Israelite account, it says that Joseph on his deathbed wept for accusing Mary of cheating on him. And he told everybody that in Israel.
Do you have a link for that?
Woo.
What? You said if you read it somewhere.
Yeah, I got so many books I can't remember which one it was. Hold on a second. Oh, I got you. It's the infancy. It's the infancy of James. Infancy of James. Okay. I mean, it's a long book, but so I can't really point you directly to when he was on his deathbed and he was crying and talking about, oh man, you know, I told everybody that this just woman.
I think I see it. Infancy of James. Okay.
I said, man, I can't believe I told everybody that this just woman cheated on me, and I smeared her name all over everything.
That's why I was saying I'm trying to make sure it's not tied into that Roman Catholicism. Immaculate Conception.
There you go. The Immaculate Conception is the birth of Mary.
I know, but I'm saying it betrays itself as far as the pattern in who she is according to the Bible that we've been reading too.
There you go.
That's how I think, man. That's how, you know.
There you go. You got to understand that them boys have our records.
Mm-hmm.
So they didn't write the records. They stole our records.
Right.
There you go.
And concealed some stuff.
There you go. They keep everything.
That's why it's questionable to me. Like, if you understood where I'm coming from, you would feel like it's rightful.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing. If you could read just a few things that the Catholic Church has hidden, your faith would be out through the roof. We would be superhuman.
I read some of it, and that's why I question a lot of the things that they try to translate or give us or feed us as a Christian church too. You know, or the Christians. Even the word Christian, I see how that's linked into Europeanized standards. It's like we don't choose to be called niggas or niggers or whatever they want to call us. We don't have to be called that. So I don't really trust a lot of their doctrine, man. Like they think they can change the Sabbath day. They come out with some of the stuff that they claim they can change and that they have power over, and they try to make it seem like it was.
So why do they separate themselves from the Bible then? If that's
why?
Yeah.
Well, with what they believe, they feel like they can mediate for God or stand in the place of Christ while he's not here. You see what I'm saying? So if they call themselves the vicars of Christ and they feel like they have the power to override the Bible and to change things and to add things, take things away, then it proves they're not trustworthy with these books, especially if they're concealing knowledge. So for me to question things, I feel like it's rightful to do, especially dealing with those oppressive types of people in their track record.
So you don't trust the Quran either, huh?
No, I don't trust that. I was talking to a Muslim the other day for hours, man, and I was saying like.
So if you don't trust any of the books, then why are you so confident that the Father is a real entity?
Because I know the Father is a real entity. Like if he speaks to us from heaven, he still speaks to us from heaven.
And so that's what happened to you.
What? I had an encounter like that before. I heard a voice from heaven speak, like loud, booming like thunder.
What did it say?
It said, keep moving. So I kept moving. Like I was in school and I looked out the window and I saw all the cars stopped on the highway. And then I heard a voice say, keep moving. And then the cars started back moving.
Whoa.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, okay. So that keeps you grounded into realizing that the Father is real, but then you're just confused about the manipulations that the world powers try to enforce on people's minds all over the world.
I'm not confused because I know that the Most High don't want us to cling to Jesus, because even Jesus said don't cling to him. So I feel like the confusion is just like what the Europeans.
Jesus never told you that though, bro.
No, after he resurrected, he said, don't cling to him. He going to the Father. Let me show you. In John 15 and 21, he says that, let me go to it. John 15 and 21, he says, but all these things they will do to you for my name's sake, because they do not know him who sent me. He wants us to know the Father. You see what I'm saying? The Father.
Yeah, but he keep telling you that he is the Father.
Who? He don't.
Yeah, he do.
In John 17:3, he said, "This is eternal life, that they may know you, the one."
Okay, all right. Well, let me show you two things right fast. Then Luke 19:27. You can see it on my screen.
Yeah.
Okay, read that.
But those mine enemies which would not that I should reign over them. That's a parable he gave.
Man, stop playing, bro.
Let's go to Luke 19. Let's see. Let me make sure that's a parable real quick.
Oh man. God. Oh man.
19:27.
You're getting to the point where it's on purpose.
That's a parable, man. He said he spoke another parable because he was near Jerusalem and because he thought the kingdom of God would appear immediately. That's John 19. I mean Luke 19.
Luke 19:1.
Luke 19:11 says that it was a parable.
Come on, bro. Stop playing, man.
Look at it. This
I'm
is
trying to look at it right now.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
don't interject. That's magic. That's why I keep telling you, don't use magic. Just read this.
It ain't magic, man.
You gotta read what's there.
That ain't magic.
You gotta read
right
what's
there. Read Luke 19:11. You'll see it.
I'm not gonna read just one verse. Why would I do that?
And he spake a parable.
I'm not a pastor.
Oh man, here you go.
And as they heard these things, he added and spoke a parable. Because he was near to Jerusalem, and because they thought that the kingdom of God should immediately appear, he said, therefore, a certain nobleman went into a far country. You're not answering that? Okay.
Yeah, hold on real quick.
All right, I'm finna take a break right fast. I'm gonna be right back.
All right. What you mean? Huh? Oh.
Okay, we still here. Yo. You must be muted. Still here. Unmute your mic. Yo. Can you hear me? Holla if you hear me. What the hell? Yeah. Your mic unmuted. Okay. All right. Trying to run. You trying to run, huh? You trying to run. All right. Hold on. Let me look at this right fast. Let me read this then. Okay. He said, therefore, a certain nobleman went into a far country to receive for himself a kingdom and to return. And he called his 10 servants and delivered them 10 pounds and said unto them, Occupy till I come. But his citizens hated him and sent a message after him, saying, We will not have this man to reign over us. Okay, so that's that part. And it came to pass that when he was returned, having received the kingdom, then he commanded these servants to be called unto him, to whom he had given the money, that he might know how much every man had gained by trading. Then came the first, saying, Lord, thy pound hath gained 10 pounds. And he said unto him, Well, thou good servant, because thou hast been faithful in a very little, have thou authority over 10 cities. And the second came, saying, Lord, thy pound hath gained 5 pounds. And he said likewise to him, Be thou also over 5 cities. And another came, saying, Lord, behold, here is thy pound, which I have kept laid up in a napkin. For I feared thee, because thou art an austere man. Thou takest up that thou layest down, not down, and reapest that thou didst not sow. And he said unto him, Out of thine own mouth will I judge thee, thou wicked servant. Thou knowest that I was an austere man, taking up that I laid not down, and reaping that I did not sow. Wherefore then gavest not thou my money into the bank, that at my coming I might have required mine own with usury? And he said unto them that stood by, Take from him the pound, and give it to him that hath 10 pounds. And they said unto him, Lord, he hath 10 pounds. For I say unto you, that unto everyone which have shall be given, and from him that hath not, even that he hath shall be taken away from him. So you played me on that one. Okay, so you're absolutely right. Now, I can't remember what was the discussion we was having before this. We was saying just mouth it. Mike can read your lips. Let me see here. Come on, man. What did you say? What was we? Man. Fix your doggone audio, bro. Talking about you don't know. Oh man. Okay, so we was talking about the father. We was talking about okay. Oh yeah, father. Did he call himself the father? That's what I wanted to go to next. It says okay. Now, Philip said unto him, Lord, show us the Father, and it suffices us. Jesus said unto him, Have I been so long time with you, and yet hast thou not known me, Philip? He that has seen me has seen the Father. And how sayest thou, Show us the Father? Believest thou not that I am in the Father, and the Father in me? The words that I speak unto you, I speak not myself, but the Father that dwells in me. He does the works. Believe me that I am in the Father, and the Father in me. Or else believe me for the work's sake, the very work's sake. Come on, man. This is not rocket science. Oh, he ran. He ran. Y'all see that, right? Okay. Well, this was a good session. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and end this now because this is way over time, but I enjoyed the company. So I may have to attempt to split this up into two sections, but of course I don't know how. So this is Nasi Devah Emio O's Yasharal, Prince of Israel, Keyboard Warrior, signing off.